All right, I'll take him to iFly.
Oh,
That's a birthday.
You got another
right
pinky
there.
to break.
Yep. All right, we're looking for an answer to the stupid question. And what science deals with the motion of projectiles? 215-263. WMMR is a number, and we are going to go to Roxanne and see if we can get an answer. Hi, Roxanne. Good morning.
Hey, morning.
Hey, morning. All right, Roxanne, what science deals with the motion of projectiles, please?
Ballistics?
Yes. Ballistics. That is correct. Hang on, Roxanne. You just got yourself a 4-pack of tickets to see the Impractical Jokers Drive tour presented by the Preston and Steve Show Friday, February 3rd at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. I'm going to go over this. We covered it later in the show yesterday because the awards announcements or nominations just came out for the Academy Awards, the 95th annual. So I'll just reiterate what we touched on yesterday. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once took the lead with 11 nods. So huge for that film. The Banshees of Inisherin.
Which I want to see. Casey, you saw it. You liked it a lot.
I did. I really enjoyed it.
And All Quiet on the Western Front were close behind with 9 nods each. All 3 films are nominated for Best Picture alongside big box office hits like Avatar: The Way of Water and Top Gun: Maverick.
Now, I tried to watch All Quiet, and it was the wrong time. I was tired and I late. But have you guys seen it? It's on Netflix.
It looks really good. I watched the first couple of minutes. There have been 2 versions so far. There was the original, which is a classic.
Yeah.
There was a remake with Richard Thomas from the Waltons, and so this one is supposed to be very visceral. So I'm looking forward to it.
So along with those
That's a fun war, that World War I.
All Quiet on the Western Front, Avatar: The Way of Water, The Banshees of Inisherin. This is for Best Picture. Elvis, Everything Everywhere All at Once. The Fabelmans, Tar, Top Gun: Maverick, Triangle of Sadness, and Women Talking are up for Best Picture. Best Director nods go to Martin McDonagh for The Banshees of Inisherin, Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert for Everything Everywhere All at Once, Steven Spielberg for The Fabelmans, Todd Field for Tar, and Ruben Östlund for Triangle of Sadness.
I tell you what, directing, my money would be on Everything Everywhere All at Once because that is just, it's so rapid fire. There's so many, it's a multiverse thing on steroids.
Yep. But for Best Director, you never know. They might give it to Spielberg because it's a movie about movie making. And
they love that.
And they love that, yes. Best Actor nominations are Austin Butler for Elvis, Colin Farrell for The Banshees of Inisherin, Brendan Fraser for The Whale, Paul Mescal for Aftersun, and Bill Nye for Living. Best Actress nominations, Kate Blanchett for Tar, Ana de Armas for Blonde, Andrea Riseborough for To Leslie, Michelle Williams for The Fabelmans, and Michelle Yeoh for Everything Everywhere All at Once. Best Supporting Actor nominations are Brendan Gleeson for The Banshees of Inisherin, Brian Tyree Henry, Causeway, Judd Hirsch for The Fabelmans, Barry Keoghan for The Banshees of Inisherin, and Ke Kwan for Everything All at Once. And Best Supporting Actress, the nominations went to Angela Bassett for the Black Panther Wakanda Forever film, Hong Chau for The Whale, Carrie Condon for The Banshees of Inisherin, Jamie Lee Curtis for Everything Everywhere All at Once, and Stephanie Sue for Everything Everywhere All at Once as well.
Is this her first Oscar nomination, Jamie Lee Curtis? I think it is.
I believe it sounds like it might be, yeah. A couple of other quick categories. Best Animated Feature Film, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, Marcel the Shell with Shoes On.
I still have to see that.
Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, The Sea Beast, and Turning Red. And Best Documentary Feature, the films are All That Breathes, All the Beauty and the Bloodshed, Fire of Love, A House Made of Splinters, and Navalny. So the 95th Academy Award nominations are out, and the ceremony will be, it doesn't say on here, but it's coming up in a few weeks. So there you go. And other award show nominations to follow.
Yes.
On Monday night, Priscilla Presley took to Twitter to thank everyone for their support following her late daughter Lisa Marie's memorial service at Graceland on Sunday. This marks Priscilla's first social media post since Lisa Marie passed away on January 12th. She wrote, "Thank you for all of your condolences. You have touched me with your words. It's been a very difficult time, but just knowing your love is out there makes a difference."
That tribute was pretty huge. I mean, they had some luminaries there performing, and I had no idea that she had so many, Lisa Marie, that is, had so many friends,
Yeah.
in the industry.
Yeah, there were a lot of interesting names. And so she's finally reaching out and saying some things. Sherry Lee Ralph, the Emmy and Critics' Choice Award winner, was just announced among the lineup of Super Bowl pregame entertainment performers. The actress and former Broadway star will sing Lift Every Voice and sing before the top teams face off.
She belts out. Just her speaking manner is like she's on stage, singing a song. She's very talented.
In addition, legendary singer-songwriter and producer Kenneth Babyface Edmonds will help kick off the game night festivities. The 12-time Grammy winner will raise his voice to sing America the Beautiful before country star Chris Stapleton sings the national anthem just before the kickoff.
Wow. That must be a last-minute replacement because it was originally Corey Feldman, Preston.
I did not know that. And by the way, do you want to throw a few more songs into the pregame?
Yeah,
thing here?
just pad it up.
Why not?
Give it another 3 hours.
Yeah, maybe we could do the Macarena or something like that. Truly excited. This is what Babyface said. He said, truly excited and honored to perform America the Beautiful, the Super Bowl, and to be a part of the pregame lineup. And the 57th annual NFL Championship Showdown is garnering intense fan buzz since Rihanna was announced as a halftime performer as well. So there you go. Lots of there. We get ready for kickoff.
And they're also adding a new thing, Preston. They're going to have the remaining World War II veterans play Simon Says.
Oh,
yeah.
I can only hope that is as stirring and emotional as it sounds like it will be.
They pad the crap out of that thing so much.
Man.
So much.
It's okay. It's a bit much,
Yeah.
I think, for me. I mean, the game is exciting enough, but who knows? Whatever else.
Corey Feldman.
Whatever else they're going to add. Come on, Corey. Bring us home. Paris Hilton appears to have announced the birth of her first child. The U.S. socialite and businesswoman shared a close-up picture of a baby gripping a thumb to her Instagram on Tuesday. And she wrote, "You are already loved beyond words."
Paris, hurry. Take down the wiener.
Paris, granddaughter of Hilton Hotels founder Conrad Hilton, has been married to Carter Riem since 2021. People reported the couple had welcomed the son, via surrogate. And she said in an interview, "It's always been my dream to be a mother, and I'm so happy that Carter and I found each other. We're so excited to start our family together, and our hearts are exploding with love for our baby boy." I don't know what the name of the baby is.
No,
yet.
but look, she's Paris Hilton has gone through some stuff, which we found out when she was in school.
Yeah.
And so good for her. To me, it's the most touching, beautiful picture to see a baby's hand holding on.
Yeah.
Well, that's so tiny. I
It's
mean,
so
we're looking
tiny.
at the picture of this. I mean, the child's hand is the size of her thumbnail.
You know what gets me is the fingernails. Like the tiny little fingernails, and then
Exactly.
And then
Perfectly manicured.
When you have a baby, eventually you kind of have to trim them a little bit so they don't scratch themselves.
I'd be
It can tricky.
terrified.
And that's a little delicate process.
It is.
Yeah. We used
It
to
is.
put socks on their hands. So
Right.
So they wouldn't scratch.
Yeah.
I do that when I drive.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kim Kardashian wrote, "So happy for you guys.
You
guys.
Oh my God.
A baby. Congratulations. So happy for you."
Be happier.
Paris and entrepreneur Carter, longtime friend of the Hilton family, got engaged in February 2021 after more than a year of dating. They tied the knot in a 3-day wedding ceremony last November. So they have a baby now.
I'm just looking at her Instagram page. I don't follow her. She looks good.
Paris Hilton?
Yeah.
Yeah,
she
for
looks
just
great.
having a baby?
No, I mean, I'm just
no,
saying.
it was a
and-
surrogate. Dude.
Oh, yeah.
because she started with work on her face pretty early on, and sometimes that can go bad by the time you're in your 40s, and she looks really good.
All right. This is not looking so good. Julian Sands, the actor, we talked about this a few days ago. He remains missing as the search for the English actor stretches to 11 days. On Tuesday, authorities provided an update on the effort to locate him.
What's the classification pecking order? It's search, and then and then it's a recovery, right?
So there's search and rescue, and then there's seek and recover, maybe, or something like that. So on Tuesday, authorities provided this. They said he had been hiking in the Baldy Bowl hiking area, roughly 50 miles east of L.A. Sands was reportedly missing on the evening of January 13th. Numerous ground and air search efforts have taken place, the Sheriff's Department said. As of this time, Mr. Sands has not been found and no evidence of his current location has been discovered. The search will continue, weather and ground conditions permitting. Authorities also shared they had successfully located another missing hiker in the area.
In Baldy Mountain?
Yeah. And we had a woman die there a couple of weeks ago. She had a fall, but the man had suffered weather-related injuries, but he was able to leave the area with the help of officials and has since been transferred to the hospital.
I hear a much safer climb is Toupee Mountain.
Oh, yeah.
So they have issued an additional precaution to avoid hiking in the area around Mount Baldy due to harsh environmental conditions. Sand's brother Nick has expressed fears that they're not going to find him.
Yeah, it does not. I mean, you hold out hope, but it's not looking good, as you said.
I mean, as you're doing the story, there's a whole litany of things that could have gone wrong.
Right.
I mean, especially with him being by himself.
Yep.
One of the things that's like, I'm like, did he get attacked by a cougar? You
That's
know,
possible.
Well, it could happen.
Absolutely.
That thing could. That could
you're
have-
an actor.
No, not an older.
Come
woman.
on, kiss me.
And then he runs into a tree. Bang!
You deserve it. You made me feel ugly, and I don't like that.
His brother Nick
You want a
said,
breath mint?
his brother Nick said he's not been yet declared missing, presumed dead, but I know in my heart that he is probably gone.
Oh, my God. That's horrible.
But he said, however, sibling rivalry being what it is, it would be just like him to walk out of there and prove me wrong. He has an army of friends, fans, and admirers that have been fantastic in their support, and we will miss Jules dearly. So that's terrible.
Well, that'd be nice if that happens. Then you have a large area to cover to find him, as far as, locating a body.
Yep. Entertainment companies are severing ties with Justin Roiland, who co-created the popular animated series Rick and Morty. Following recent media reports that he is awaiting trial for 2020 domestic abuse charges, Adult Swim said yesterday it had ended its association with him. They said, we can confirm that the show will continue without his involvement. About 2 hours after the Adult Swim announcement, Squanch Games said Roiland had resigned from the video game studio that he co-founded in 2016. He is part of the duo that mastermind Rick and Morty, and he had also voiced the roles for animated shows including Adventure Time, Fishhooks, Gravity Falls, lent his voice to both of the characters in Rick and Morty, the titular characters, which they will cast new voice actors for the show's upcoming season.
So I wonder in this case, he's charged with it. He's facing these charges. He hasn't had his day in court. I understand that you don't want to be within the blast zone of somebody who has something like this against them.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think that the offer would ever be made were he to be found innocent of the charges?
Probably. Yeah, maybe so. Roiland was arrested in August 2020, some 7 months after an alleged domestic violence incident involving an unnamed woman. And they had, kidnapping charges and stuff like that.
That's heavy duty.
Yeah, it is. The reaction to a gentleman named Beeman Zakari purchasing the iconic Astoria house from the beloved 1980 film The Goonies has been overwhelmingly positive. We talked about this a couple of days ago because he said that he was going to welcome fans to the movie who want to see the home. One person, though, is not happy about it.
Of course.
And they've plastered their displeasure all over the front of their house. A neighbor who lives 2 houses down from the Goonies house hung a large banner on their house that reads, Goonies Not Welcome.
Oh, jeez.
It was in response to a large amount of traffic and attracts to the small private neighborhood. And that's in stark contrast to the open arms approach of Zakaria. So he put a banner on the new house that he bought in response that reads, hey, you guys, Goonies welcome. And it didn't end with that. So his buddy bought the house next door. We talked about this the other day.
Yeah.
Bought the house next door. So he put up a huge banner with a black arrow pointing to the Goonies Not Welcome neighbor's home that says, ignore Karen. Which is hilarious.
I brought this
I
up
love
when we
that.
first talked about it. Like, here's a person who kind of lived in relative, maybe peace and quiet, and these people come in and now they're inviting.
Do you know what I'd say? Let it breathe a little bit. See if it's overrun. I think you can scale it before. Nothing's happened so far. You know, I mean, people occasionally drop by. I doubt there's going to be thousands of people every day.
Yeah,
That's it.
I know.
Steve.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to be occasional
Right,
people coming
right.
by and taking a picture, and that's it.
So speaking of the Goonies, I told you guys yesterday about this Hollywood Roundtable and Kehi Kwan's on it, and you know who his agent for Everything Everywhere All at Once was? It's Chunk. Jeff Cohen from the Goonies. Yeah, he's now an entertainment lawyer.
Hey, man, good for him.
They've been friends for a
Yeah.
really long time. They've been friends since the Goonies, so he needed some representation for his latest role because he hadn't acted in 25 years. So he reached out to Jeff Cohen, a.k.a. Chunk, who negotiated the deal for him.
Oh, it's so awesome. What a great story. And we had him on the show. He was a great interview.
And they got together over COVID and did like a table read
Yeah.
of the movie scenes. And Chunk was in that too. What's his name?
Jeff Cohen.
Jeff Cohen.
Yeah.
That's
Do you know
awesome.
what? Listen, the whole pandemic sucked, but those table reads were fun.
They were pretty cool.
Yeah, they were.
I agree. Getting the old cast back together.
Right.
Loved it. So, Will Smith's Fresh Prince of Bel-Air co-star Nia Long is coming to his defense. Who did Nia Long play? I don't remember.
The youngest sister.
It was Tatiana Ali.
No,
Oh.
Nia Long would have been a girlfriend of his.
Okay.
Because she's a contemporary. She was also, who do you call it, girlfriend in Boys in the Hood.
Oh, yeah.
Cuba
Okay.
Gooding Jr.'s?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who did she play then in Fresh Prince?
How could she slap?
How could
That's
she
what I
slap?
thought.
Well, Casey was saying she may have played a girlfriend of Will Smith's in that. But anyhow.
Later
Possible
on-
she played Carlton for a brief period.
No, definitely not.
So she has come to, she's coming to the defense of Will Smith after he slapped Chris Rock at the Academy Awards. And she said, and this is an interesting statement she's made. She said, I will always love him. He's had an incredible career, and he's carried a burden for many years to try to represent what perfection looks like. And she said, I don't think that, at least when we were growing up, there was room to be human, and I think he's now able to be human.
Yeah, by bitch slapping.
Full on
I'm so human.
rearing back and slapping someone in the face.
This is my humanity leaking out.
Yeah, no, sorry. That's not human. That's being an animal.
That's being a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's being an animal. You're right there, Kath. Yeah.
You think they're going to make some jokes at the Academy Awards this year about the slap?
Oh, wow, man. I didn't even
I don't know.
think
Well,
about that.
believe it or not, the academies,
They kind of
though
don't
no
want
one
to,
will
right?
admit it, they're kind of excited because they had terrible numbers.
All right.
And-
It'll
yeah.
Out of pure curiosity.
That's it. You'll probably get people tuning in for the opening monologue, and then you'll see a massive jump.
And Jimmy Kimmel's hosting again, so you know he's going to dabble in it.
yeah, probably.
I mean, listen, there are, especially with like when Gervais was doing that stuff, Steve, nothing was off limits. So listen, if you're going to do that, if you were going to get up on stage and assault somebody, then you better be willing to take your own lumps, man.
The amazing part of that case, if you remember, he was allowed to go back, sit in his seat, win the award.
That was a major,
get a
major
standing
oversight.
ovation.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. I think that the Academy or whoever allowed that to happen, they're kicking themselves. They're like, we should have.
They didn't know.
Probably, but in that time, in that moment, they're like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell
Well, and
do we do?
I bet you people still thought, like, was it planned? Like,
I
did
know,
they work
I
this
know.
out?
It's very surreal.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
some people who still think it's a conspiracy, that it was all made up. And Casey, when watching it, a lot of people didn't even see it and didn't even know about it until the next day.
No, because it all got cut off.
They cut it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was completely edited. So, yeah, I mean, I guess they were trying to think, well, the show must go on. Let's just get through this.
Yeah, it's not the same thing, but it's kind of equivalent to, like, there was one time me and my family, we were driving to the Sixers game. Okay,
I can't wait to hear this.
So we're
This is
driving.
your Academy Award
It's
moment.
everybody, right? And I guess we're like by the airport when we found out that Seamus had a project due the next day that he had not started yet.
And did you rear off and smack him in the face?
No.
Okay.
No, what I should have done is I should have turned the car around and went home right at that very moment.
Right.
And we didn't. We went to the game anyway, and we
You
were
allow
pissed.
him to have his fun.
We allowed him to have his fun. We allowed Will Smith to get up there and have his fun and accept his award.
Right.
And they shouldn't have. And we shouldn't have. We
You should
should
have
have went
turned
home.
that car around.
Mm-hmm.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
Well, but listen
Then you
again.
ruin your own fun if
Yeah,
you turn the car around.
But
yeah,
you
why
ruin
should
your
you
own
be
fun.
victims?
You ruin your own fun anyway. When Will Smith wins that award, you go, I'm sorry he could not be here because he physically assaulted somebody on stage. You remember about 20 minutes ago?
Yeah.
And if you guys would have turned the car around, you could have held it on Seamus and he ruined it for everyone.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then later on at night when he's asleep, you all put bars of soap and towels.
Yeah.
Go in and
beat him with him.
But we didn't. And then I stayed up till midnight doing a project in my garage.
you taught him.
Yeah, I'll show him. I'll build this freaking simple machine
For him
until
while he
midnight,
sleeps.
While he sleeps. And
Kill them.
So Nick pulled up a clip of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I remember Nia Long.
I think they got married on the show. I think
On
they're
the show?
Yeah,
Okay.
they were boyfriend girlfriend for a long time, and I think when the show ended, and maybe I'm misremembering, but I think like towards their character arcs took them to getting married at the end.
I sporadically watched the show. I was never, that dialed into it.
I loved it
It
at
was
the beginning.
a funny ass
I loved
show.
it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
and Steve, like, he was cool.
Yeah.
And he was from Philly. And then, I don't want to say it jumped the shark. I got less interested in it as the seasons went on.
I was a big Carlton fan, always was.
Oh my God. That one scene where he goes crazy crying and then he just runs throughout the entire set crying. He's like,
Out in the audience?
yeah. And he drags himself across the floor.
Like overacting everything.
I can watch that every day for the rest of my life. It's so good.
All right, a couple other stories. Savannah Chrisley released a new episode of her podcast, Unlocked, with Savannah Chrisley on Tuesday, which is funny because when I first started reading this, I'm like, oh, they have podcast studios at the prison. What? How the hell did this
Probably
happen?
the prison she's at, they do.
Well, no, it was
It's the
filmed
daughter, yeah.
prior to her life falling apart, apparently, she said. Savannah's parents. Oh, it was, okay, this is the daughter.
This is the daughter, yeah.
Of her parents, Todd and Julie Chrisley, reported to their respective prisons last week. She did this. So she wrote, last week was extremely difficult for my family as a whole and each of us individually. We kind of had to say goodbye to my parents for a little bit of time for the foreseeable future, and that was really, really, really tough. She said, I may seem happy-go-lucky, and during that time, there was a lot of hope that was had. I wasn't faced with the reality of the situation. This was pre-life falling apart. So she released this podcast, I guess, where she doesn't sound like she's all torn up about her.
Well, I understand his family's so effing annoying. The dad, remember, so a while ago he claimed that he was gay, and then now he says he's not. And then he said his own daughter was involved in some sort of porn venture, which apparently she's not. So they hate each other. The mom and the dad, there's no love there apparently.
So he's a habitual liar.
Habitual liar.
Yeah.
Hey, that's not
And
a
I
bad
hate
idea.
his face.
It's not a bad idea, though, Preston. I don't know if you could do that, but...
Podcast in prison?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You talk about, like, some really interesting stories. I mean, if you're going to get, like...
You do like the birthdays and giveaways, stuff like that?
They could do like a swap shop thing.
Yeah.
Have people call in and,
It's time for Tradio.
Yeah.
I'll give you this shiv for some of your prison wine.
Let's see. So Variety reports that the highly anticipated biopic about Madonna, or biopic, however you want to pronounce it, which the Material Girl singer was set to direct herself, is no longer in development at Universal Pictures. No. This comes after she announced her world tour last week, so that's not going to happen.
Is biopic and biopic the same thing as Caribbean and Caribbean?
Probably.
I think they both work.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people.
I mean, if you're saying a biography picture, I guess you would say biopic, but biopic works. I know what people are talking about.
Yeah. All right, and then one last thing. Actually, two more things, then we'll move on to the clips. According to Entertainment Tonight, Clueless stars Alicia Silverstone, Stacey Dash, and Elisa Donovan will be reuniting at That's for Entertainment 90s Con 2023 in Hartford, Connecticut in March.
I'm going.
So Dash said, I'm so excited about the reunion with my 90s peeps. Amanda Bynes will be reuniting with her All That co-stars, Lori Beth Denberg, Danny Tamborelli, and Kel Mitchell at the event as well. So there's a few different reunions taking place at this thing.
I love Clueless, and I consider Clueless a perfect movie. I can watch it anytime it's on. It's a little slice of heaven.
I'll have to see it sometime. All right, and then last thing, Jerry Blavat, we were talking about him just a little while ago. Kathy had his funeral information, and Dionne Warwick is going to be speaking at his...
It's amazing.
At his remembrance service, and there's also an event that's going to be taking place, a few of them, down the shore, where that was, Jerry's second home.
Yeah.
The Orr House Pub at 318 42nd Place in Sea Isle is hosting a two-part celebration of life in memory of Jerry Blavat this Wednesday, today, actually, and then a week later, due to popular demand and on request from the family, second one after the funeral on February 1st. Both will run from 5 to 8 p.m., and the nights will include a video tribute to Blavat, a running slideshow of photos, and the just-in-time band. The events will be live streamed on Blavat's Mixcloud feed as well. There's no cover, no minimum, and food and beverages will be available to purchase. So if you're down that way,
I'm
then
sure
that's
people
another
will
spot to go. Yeah.
travel there for it. It's going to be packed.
Well, the calls we took, the day after he died, so many of the memories that people had were related to the shore.
Oh, absolutely.
Preston, before we get to clips, I think God is recognizing your birthday.
Is it a
'cause
beautiful sunrise?
Yeah, and it says in the clouds, "Happy birthday, Preston."
Do I need to walk over there?
Yeah, come on over.
It's pretty remarkable. I mean, it's like
Ladies and gentlemen, Preston Elliott is currently receiving his birthday gift from God.
look at that though. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Oh my word.
Casey, you should walk
I'm
over to it.
coming,
All right.
but hang on a second.
You should see it from out here.
I can't believe we get such beautiful sunrises in Ballackinwood.
Yeah.
Hi, Preston, this is Paul McCartney. Happy birthday. I sent some clouds to you today.
And by the way, it's always when there's a crappy weather forecast.
I know.
for the
They're
day,
conducive,
Yeah, well,
So for those of us who arise at this ridiculous hour, at least we get one little moment to really enjoy
This is a good one.
what's going to be a crappy day. But yeah, that is a pretty sunrise.
I cracked myself up because years ago when I was a kid, I'm going to stay up and watch the sunrise. And I'd work really hard to do it. And like every morning I see the damn sunrise.
I know. If only you'd have known that you would see thousands and thousands of them.
Steve, it's like when you're on vacation and they have those like sunrise tours. You can
You gotta go
out-
see it.
You got even listen, and I go to Montauk every year, and there is a beautiful sunrise. I have never once seen it. I am on vacation, and I am not waking up at that time.
No way.
All right, so let's play the clips. Here we go. A mother and son can't seem to connect with each other, so they look for that bond in other places in the film When You Finish Saving the World. And in this clip, Finn Wolfhard discusses the challenges of playing a conflicting character.
I think I kind of had to figure out how to agree with everything that he was saying. I think that's part of the reason why I like playing the character so much. And because I kind of, I felt really sorry for him, I think.
Thing sucks. I hope he's going to have a great career. He was in It, in that first movie.
Very
He
good.
was fantastic.
Do you know who he reminds me of?
Huh.
Parker.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get a little Parker vibe out of him.
I'll have to take a
Yeah.
closer look at him with that in mind. When You Finish Saving the World is in theaters now, by the way. Here's the next clip for you. Doggone follows the story of a father trying to find his family's lost dog. And in this clip, Rob Lowe talks about the advantages that actors can have. Here we go.
Well, being paid to play with a dog is a great way to run your career. Let's just be real. I know actors who pick their movies. Adam Sandler picked his. He's like, where do I want a vacation? I'm going to set my movie there. So that kind of stuff goes into it.
Big dogs running, big dogs out.
Doggone is now out on Netflix. So I guess this will be one of those, that you'll cry.
Yes.
You know what, though?
I
They
always-
need to, for people like me and you,
It's
Steve,
not going to die.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
dog
lives.
in this movie, the dog will not die. They need to have a disclaimer for people like you guys.
There is a website called Does the Dog Die? I'm so sick. Yes. And
Yeah.
Preston,
That's
you
funny.
can check that to see if the pets. I'm so sick of that trope, especially in horror movies. We got it. There's a monster. We're not suddenly, oh my God, it killed a Shih Tzu. Yeah, we've just seen it kill 50 people.
Yeah.
Leave the Shih Tzu alone. Do anything.
All right. And
I don't like it.
that's the entertainment report. Okay, so we made this announcement earlier this morning, and I'm going to push this a little bit farther now and tell you exactly what we are doing over the next couple of days. We here at the Preston and Steve Show have your opportunity to win tickets to the NFC Championship on Sunday.
Yay!
Courtesy of our friends at Duncan. So it is the Preston and Steve block pool that's taking place. And here's how it's going to work. So today and tomorrow, we will be taking names. We're going to have 100 of them total. There will be 100 blocks in our block pool. And we will arrange them randomly. And then on Friday morning, two special guests are going to come into the studio, and they are going to be playing Madden football, Niners against the Eagles, and the final score is going to determine which block is going to be the winner of the tickets for Sunday.
It's pretty cool.
Along the way, we'll give some other, like if you ever go to a Super Bowl party, there's usually first, second, third quarter, halftime, third quarter prizes. We'll do that as well. But then the grand prize is going to be that final score.
I love it.
And we have to get 100 people on board. We're going to do 60 of them here on the Preston and Steve Show. throughout the rest of the day with Pierre and Jackie and Brent. They will be giving away some, and we're going to do some online too. So what we will do now is we will take 8 callers at 215-263-WMMR, and we will start throwing some blocks at you. And on Friday morning, we will find out if you will win. All right? So make sure that you're with us the entire time today and tomorrow for your chance to win. It's real simple. All 100 block pool winners. By the way, everybody who gets on board gets a $5 Dunkin' card.
Awesome. Nice.
And you will qualify for the first, second, and third quarter grand prizes. So call right now, 215-263-WMMR, and we'll get it started.
I love it.
All right. And then how do they do this online? What's the story with how are we doing, Marissa? I don't know that as far as
You
online.
pick up the mouse and talk into it.
No, you don't do that.
You know what? Can you say that again? Because I was talking to Connor.
Online, how are people registering for the contest?
You can text Duncan to 39333 and you got a link to register. That's Duncan to 39333 and you can register online.
And there you go. And you might win that way.
Nice.
So let's get you on board, man. We're excited. We have these tickets. And thank you to Duncan for giving those to us. We run on Duncan. You can run on Duncan and run all the way to the link and into the stadium and at the game. So we're going to do that all morning long. We'll be back. And then we have some special guests that are going to be playing Madden. One of them is going to be birthday boy Brent Selling.
Yes.
And we'll find out who his competitor is later on. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR. 93.3
Kravitz and Channing Tatum met. She called him out for wearing Crocs. The two actors met while teaming up for Kravitz's directorial debut. Have you heard of this movie? It's called Pussy Island.
No.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Magic Mike star told Deadline, I totally loved Crocs for a hot second, and in one hang, she was like, you can't ever do that again. And I said, okay, fine.
Okay, so the bigger question is, what's the plot of Pussy Island?
I think it's not what you think it is. I think the name...
About vaginas?
It's not that.
Oh, okay.
It's something else. At least that's what I read a blurb. I didn't go into detail about it, but I heard it's not supposed to be vulgar.
Like Lord of the Buttholes.
There you go. It's pretty much the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of the conch, they blow something else.
Exactly.
Right. Kravitz insists that she was just trying to be a good friend, adding, there are people out there who can pull off the Crocs thing. I just wasn't sure you were one of them.
Didn't we just hear, though, that the Crocs have come back into quasi-fashion?
Maybe, but I mean, if anybody could pull them off, it's Channing Tatum. You know, that guy can wear whatever he wants, and it'll be fashionable.
Marissa is scanning to find out the plot of Pussy Island, and I can't read that. It's too tiny. Hang on a second here. Frida is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King.
Slater King.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island. She's ready for a journey of a lifetime. Maybe it does mean pussy.
Is this kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein thing?
I don't know.
Impossible.
I do not know.
Vagina.
What would it be harder to lick the inside of my ear or the inside of my belly?
No, belly button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about butthole?
Just set. No.
Okay.
Oh my God, no.
Well, honestly, it's just a common thing. You ask anybody at work, would you mind licking my butthole? I'm sure that's being asked in every business. But I mean, that's just simply for a scientific test.
No, somebody recently told me that guys love that.
No,
that is incorrect.
Listen, there may be some that dig that.
No, I do not.
Yeah, I know.
She goes,
why.
they'll go wild.
What?
No.
Who said that?
I swear to God.
Who?
All right, write it down.
Diane, your wife.
Oh, dare. Because I thought it was Jerry. I thought it was your mom.
Yeah, your mom who won't let you eat gum out of a vending machine is encouraging you to toss people salad.
When does it become that act?
We should call it a hobby. You should call it a blow hobby.
Well, no, but
yeah,
right. And then maybe
all
chicks will dig it more.
Let's use.
How about a hand hobby, please?
Let's use euphemisms if we're going to do that.
Feel free.
So, when is it stop being a handy and become a hand hobby?
Yeah.
When does it stop being a blowy and become a blow hobby?
I think they're both the same.
Well,
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying when it stops becoming
it's
a
like
job,
anal sex
right?
hobby.
You don't want it to be a job.
correct. But when? Well, crap.
All right, never mind.
I can't do it.
We're never gonna be able to get into the meat.
It's a nuance that we can't.
So
Are you talking about finishing?
Yes.
I thought
Well,
you
you
were talking
always
about.
should finish any job you start.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking
Let's
about.
put a button in it right there.
My parents always taught me that.
Finish every
You
job.
don't quit in the middle. This I do know. Yoplait, the yogurt company, has now introduced a yogurt they call Gushers. Yeah.
Man.
Well, that's a candy, right?
It was, I believe.
Well, not a
right?
candy.
It was a gum.
No, it was like
I'm Peter North, and I'm very excited about a new product line from Yoplait called Gushers.
Tell me more, Peter.
I've been part of the R&D on this product for quite a long time.
Oh, my God.
It was like a fruit snack, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And for ladies, squirters.
Oh, my God.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge, part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I mean?
Too much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's this thin crust pizza.
Version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't remember this from Pizza Hut either.
No,
Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or ordering pizza.
Was the time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's a More's. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd Oips. That's Oips.
Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yeah,
yes.
Oh,
we
yeah.
used to
Same
do the
thing. Same thing, kids.
Yep.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And to me, I think so. The common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I don't
you do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You could do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should have
said
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Oh, sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk
No,
drawer?
I might
No,
have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh,
She
go
brings
check.
a
Can we try
giant fruit
that?
salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, you know, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Put pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef
gonna
for melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
I mean that in a non-sexual way. And the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
to this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in
That's from
Braveheart.
Braveheart, yeah, there we go. I got you.
WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Believe it or not, I did notice a few things this morning that I thought were worth mentioning to you.
It's the birthday edition of The Noticer. The Noticer is another year older, but that much more noticey.
Dude, by the way, I didn't tell you. Do you guys know how old I am today?
55.
Yeah.
Casey knows.
Oh, double number.
Double nickel.
That's a lucky one to have, right? Is that the rumor, the legend, or is that just a crack?
That's a good question. I don't
thought
know.
when- yeah, we have
like
the-
22, 33, 44,
That's what I've heard.
55, maybe. We'll find out.
Yep.
I'll report to you tomorrow. Let you know if things were lucky today or not. But yeah, God almighty, I'm 55 years old.
You know what, though? It just means you're that much closer to death.
Doesn't it, though? Doesn't it, though? Yes. But I feel good. I certainly don't feel.
And you hope we
that
do,
age.
too.
Yeah. And I hope, yes, I am feeling good. And I hope you are, too. It is true about that. All right. So some things that I noticed. We'll start with this. You guys have seen and heard the Ozempic commercials.
Ozempic. You know.
So it's a weight loss drug, and it's a diabetes drug. It's to help obviously with weight loss, but there are a few other ones too. Monjaro and Wegovy, I believe is how you pronounce the other one.
I mix my Ozempic with Skyrizi so I can sing "Nothing is everything."
Skyrizi?
Yeah.
All right. So apparently, people are now reporting unwanted side effects like vomiting and facial aging.
So if you ask most people,
Uh-oh.
would it be worth losing a couple of pounds to vomit and look a decade older? They'd probably go, yeah.
Now, at first glance in this article, and obviously people write articles and they throw headlines up to grab your attention, it's pretty straightforward. So the drugs, which have exploded in popularity with after several celebrities and influencers were rumored to have used them to slim down, including Kim Kardashian and Elon Musk. But doctors worry that the popularity has resulted in more people taking them without sufficient medical supervision, can be risky, and there's a possibility of rare but serious side effects like thyroid cancer, pancreatitis, and kidney failure. But listen, if you read the side effects on most of the stuff you take,
You're good,
there's a chance for all kinds of
You know
things
how many people
happening.
die taking regular aspirin every year?
Well, and I love that, but like it came out, I was like, nobody's having side effects. Oh, come on. Like, of course it's going to happen.
Sure. So more common side effects, as many women are documenting on TikTok, are nausea, vomiting, and facial aging, which has been dubbed as Ozempic face.
Ozempic face.
God.
Yes.
We have a woman who took it, Preston. This is what she said about it.
We were pretty much
Oh,
there
wow.
to go.
So
She's 33
old.
years
yeah,
old.
That's a 33-year-old woman.
Yeah. So Jennifer Berger, who's 41 years old, told the New York Times that she used Mounjaro to lose weight following her pregnancy. The drug, which she injected in her thigh, stomach, or arm, worked beautifully, and she was able to lose 20 pounds. But she said that her face had started to look very gaunt. She said, I remember looking in the mirror, and it was almost like I didn't even recognize myself. My body looked great, but my face looked exhausted and old.
Wouldn't that be a natural...
She just had a baby.
Here's the deal. Dr. Orrin Tepper, a New York-based plastic surgeon, said that it's common for key areas of the face to deflate with weight loss so much that the person looks older. Anytime someone has lost weight, you almost always go, I can see it in your face.
Absolutely.
And
you look so old.
If you are aged a little bit, if you're, in your 40s or 50s, it's going to be even more dramatic.
Yeah.
If you lose weight, and yes, you are going to look a little bit older.
It's described as face labia.
Wait, is that? I've never heard of that.
Yeah. Hanging beef curtains.
Just your nickname becomes Curtain or something like
Hey,
that
Curtains is
afterwards.
here.
So when it comes to facial aging, according to this doctor, he said that fat is typically more friend than foe.
Yes, it is.
When it comes to facial aging.
Very friendly with my fat face.
So he said weight loss may turn back your biological age, but it tends to turn your facial clock forward. Mounjaro, which regulates blood sugar, suppresses appetite, and apparently helps shed the extra pounds, is the latest ask on the market.
So you know how you can test this theory? In the movie The Whale, how old would you say he is?
Oh, I don't know.
You can't tell.
I haven't looked.
It defies age.
Dr. Paul Jared Frank, a dermatologist in New York, said that we haven't seen a prescription drug with this much cocktail and dinner chatter since Viagra came into the market. Dr. Frank said he coined the term Ozempic face to describe the condition of the sagging face. He said, I see it every day in my office. A 50-year-old patient will come in and suddenly she's super skinny and needs filler, which she's never needed before. I look at her and say, well, how long have you been on Ozempic? And I'm right 100% of the time. It's the drug of choice these days for the 1%.
They say that Ozempic has the possibility of being, now obviously the vaccines are the most lucrative drugs of all time right now, but like second or third in its popular, when all the boner pills came out, that was a huge revelation.
No, though I know somebody who's on it, and I know Marissa has a friend who did very well with it, and that person looks great. My friend does not. She looks awful. I would say that
you can see it in her face.
That like this face thing that you're talking about, like. I mean, it almost makes her look like a different person.
Okay.
So is it simply just the weight loss making her look like a different?
Know.
Because what's happening apparently is it's an accelerated weight loss. Right. So when that happens, whereas you might have a more gradual, that's just her. When you see it that quickly, it's going to be more stark.
Well, and I'm not sure. Like, we don't know if she's still on it or not. But I'm like, I hope not. Like, I hope she's not on it anymore.
And as you age, your skin loses its elasticity, and so it can't bounce back. It hangs.
So when I go to bed, I take my face off.
Okay.
Yeah, I put it in a
Keep it in a
glass
jar by the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, she doesn't live in the area. That's why I'm talking about it.
I'm like,
you're
not
really
listening.
I can't believe that bitch is talking about me.
By the way, I also saw another
I'm never
article.
going to hate Ronnie with her again.
Another article yesterday that indicated that once people are coming off of these drugs, that the weight's coming right back
Sounds
up.
right.
It sounds like dieting. You know what
Yes.
I mean? Like, so you're talking about accelerated weight loss.
Yeah.
Normally, people who are trying to lose weight have an excess amount of weight, and it comes off pretty rapidly, right? A pound a week, 2 pounds a week,
Yes.
maybe even more, right? And then when they stop, then the weight comes back
Well,
on.
because with this, they're just taking medicine. They're not changing
Well,
their habits. They're
that's what
probably
needs
not
to happen.
changing their diet.
Right.
So
No, they
Kathy,
are.
if you take it and use it as a step off for a lifestyle change, then it could work, right?
Well, here's what
exactly.
happens: you come off of it, and the appetite comes back.
Right.
So this is some of this is appetite suppressing.
Right, yeah.
So you may return to your old ways. So you gotta make some changes.
You're
That's
not
why
eating
when-
as much because you feel nauseous. You feel full, right? So
when you come off it, make sure you have things like turkey legs in your glove compartment.
So fat, by the way, can be transferred from other parts of the body to act as a filler in the face if you need to do that. But since the drugs have exploded in popularity, doctors are warning against do-it-yourself weight loss injections at home.
Yeah.
With raw chemicals bought online. People are being driven to websites normally used for research groups to buy experimental chemicals amid a nationwide shortage of Wegovy and Ozempic.
So you shouldn't buy chemicals on the internet and then inject them into yourself?
I'm saying this that
All
yes, it's what it boils down to is that.
All right.
Well, there's a gray area there, Nick, because I use suppositories with our pool chlorine.
Okay, all right.
And I've been feeling great.
Yeah, but you tested it. That was
I
trial
did.
and
I
error,
tested
Steve.
it out on one of the cats.
So the doctors say taking medication at home, like doing it that way, buying these chemicals, is incredibly unsafe on so many levels and puts people at risk of side effects, unsafe ingredients, and overdosing as well.
Well, I put Skyrizi on my French fries, Preston.
What is Skyrizi? I don't know.
You've never seen the commercials?
What's it about?
Nothing. It's actually, I think it has to do with what they call plaque psoriasis.
Okay.
All right.
I have psoriasis.
Yes.
I have plaque psoriasis.
Well, nothing is everything if you use Skyrizi.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I've got to turn on the TV more
Nothing
often.
is everything.
Okay. All right, so keep that in mind that there's an Ozempic face out there, and you need to be careful if you're taking that stuff. All right, so the American Kennel Club has compiled the top 10 most popular dog names of 2022. And
I love dog names.
yes, you do.
Yeah.
And they've
them so much.
they've compiled them from boys' dogs and girls' dogs. In fact, Casey, you will sometimes just think of what would be a great pet name, and sometimes
my
that's
God.
a motivation to get a pet because you got a great name to give them.
I want a dog so bad because I just want to name him Greg, right? Like
You already have about 900 pounds of dog at home.
Wait, and
know.
I was just going to say that. Like, I know so many people that have their pet name before they get the pet. Like,
Yeah.
for me, I would have to, like, look at the pet, like almost like a kid.
I
Like,
know.
you got to look at it and see what name goes with it. But, Case, I mean, so many people that
happened.
picked their dog name before they got the dog.
So when we got our beloved Chelsea, who passed away a few months ago, Claire wanted a dog. She wanted a more puppyish kind of dog. We went to adopt. Went in, and the name she had in mind was Chester. So she had, I want to get Chester. So she had the name well in advance. We walked in. The dog that was there was a girl dog. And so I said, how about Chelsea? And so she went for it.
I think it's funny though. Listen, you give a girl dog name, a boy dog boy. It doesn't matter. They don't, like if you called Chelsea Chester,
She would have bit my balls off.
She would have been like, I'm a girl. You don't name me Chester. You can name a dog.
You're so stupid.
No, I know what you're saying. It doesn't matter, but it's people do get wrapped up in it. Preston, you have the two dogs when you named them. Did you have the name? Was it a spontaneous?
We let the kids name them.
Okay.
Yeah, so
There you
we ended up with Haley and Rook. And the reason we had Rook is because Carter was into chess at the time.
Oh, there you
It's
go.
a good
He
name.
doesn't
I
play
love that.
anymore.
I
It's
love
a
that.
great name. I
Yeah.
love it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny.
I'm pissed because Fozzie was always supposed to be Dave, and then I didn't name him
Why not?
Dave. I don't know why. I think
Dave!
so my brother, my dad, my brother-in-law, my nephew are all named Dave. I thought it would be funny to name my dog Dave just to have another Dave in the family. But
Right.
I kind of bailed on it last minute, and I named him Fozzie.
I
And
like Fozzie.
it's okay. But I would have much rather named him Fonzie than Fozzie. I don't know. I'm not really happy with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, kill him and get a new one.
I'm trying. I am trying so bad.
All right, so let me roll through the top 10 of both boy and girl names. We'll start and we'll work our way up to number 1, Bill.
All right. That's the way to do it.
Number 10 is Leo. These are for boys. Dog named Leo. Number 9 is Rocky.
Rocky.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Which would be great.
Watch me lick my balls.
Can you lick your butthole too?
I can lick your butthole too. And Adrian, let me make sure it's you. I got to put my nose up your ass.
So Rocky is number 9.
Preston, I think you ran into my friends Matt and Cindy Chartrand. They just have.
I did, at the park.
And they just got a dog. It was adorable, and their dog's name is Rocky.
And it was a little one.
Oh, that's awesome.
Great.
Yeah, mini Bernedoodle, I think is what it is, and just the cutest little thing. And and Steve is like it's funny to call the dog Rocky because there's no punch in this thing yet. But man, is it cute.
I do like the thing where you name a Chihuahua like Thor.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's fun.
I think it's hilarious.
The reverse nickname.
Scout.
All right, so number 9 was Rocky. Number 8 is Bear. I've known several people who have had dogs named Bear before.
Everyone that I've known has been a huge dog.
Yeah.
My first dog was his middle name was Bear. His first name was Tugger, named after Tug McGraw. And also because he would tug on the rope with the other puppies, and then his I don't know his breeder name was Bear or whatever, but yeah, that was his middle name.
I knew someone who was named after Bear Bryant.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So Bear is number 8. Number 7 is Buddy.
Buddy.
Come here, Buddy.
That's a good one.
Buddy's I'll call Rook Buddy. You know, it's just kind of an easy nickname. Come here, bud. Hey, buddy boy.
Love you, Daddy. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. Buddy is number 7. Number 6 is Tucker, which is a solid name. Number 5. Sorry, I'm ripping right through this.
D's nuts?
No, Teddy.
Teddy?
I've never heard anybody name a dog Teddy.
Oh,
before.
that's my friend's dog's name.
Okay.
Teddy.
All right.
Have you seen the dogs that they get them groomed to look like little bears?
No.
Yeah, like little teddy bears.
No.
Yeah, it's you bring it to the groomer, and the groomer, I forget what is it, Pomeranian, I guess, or they'll trim it down and make it look like a little teddy bear.
That's funny.
Yeah, Pomeranians, you got these Pomapoos. Steve, I've seen my friend keeps sending me Instagram's reels of this dog that looks like Chewbacca. Have you seen this
I've
thing?
seen it. It's pretty
it's
crazy.
pretty amazing.
Yeah.
You know what? Rook looks like Chewbacca sometimes.
Yeah. You got to get him one of those.
He's got that color because of Yorkie have that Chewbacca color to them.
By the way, what is that little sash that Chewbacca wears?
It's his utensil.
That's his pot.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've
it's
never
his
seen
weight.
him actually use any of the utensils on his belt.
It's where I keep my weed.
All right, next, number 5. I already said 5 is Teddy. Number 4.
Oh, sorry.
My problem.
You're good. And then
Charlie.
Okay, so I've had pets that I've given them straight up human names, and that's fun.
Who's Charlie? Where's is this Charlie?
Wow.
And Charlie is kind of a nicknamey thing as well.
Yeah.
Charlie. Number 3. I've known a few people who've had dogs named Cooper.
Cooper.
Yeah.
Huh, yeah.
Yep. Number 2 is Milo.
lame.
That's lame. What was that?
Milo and
Otis.
Yeah,
that's a
the cat and the dog, right?
Oh, that's a hard. Yeah, that's
Does the dog die?
Everyone dies,
Oh,
and
no.
it's a sexual murder suicide.
Wait, they did a few of those, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
So why are those heartbreakers?
They get
were
into all
cute.
sorts of peril, and you're worried for them. And
Are there more than one Milo and Otis?
Yeah, I thought so.
Milo and Otis 2 in space.
Look that up, Nick. I thought that was a series, but I remember Milo, one of them was in like a box going down the river, and
And then there was that one where they joined that sort of weird underground sex club, Eyes Wide Milo.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. All right, and then the number 1, was there just one? Number 1.
I think you're thinking of the one with where Michael J. Fox voiced one of the dogs.
Okay, maybe just The Adventures of Milo and Otis is one movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then what was
the other one then?
Milo and Otis, and then Cheech and Chong.
My Dog Skip.
Well, I remember there were other pet movies like that. Like when I was a kid, there was a series of Benji. Do you remember Benji the dog?
Benji the Hunted.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a real tough movie to watch.
Homeward Bound was the
Homeward
one
Bound
that had, that had Michael J. Fox. He was one of the voices.
And they did a couple of those.
Don Amici, I think, was in one of those as well. Yeah, and there was more than one there.
All right, the number 1 dog name is Reggie.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't.
I was like, what?
It's Max.
So what you're not seeing on this list are your Fidos, your Rovers, Old Yeller.
Yeah.
However, the looking at the list of female names, there are a lot here that I've heard over the years. So we'll do those. Number 10.
Number 10.
Yeah. Ruby. I've never really heard of a dog named Ruby
I
before.
know a girl named Ruby, but I don't know any dogs named.
Say what?
This is the American Kennel Club, by the way, and their top 10 most popular dog names by gender. Number 9.
Number 9.
Rosie.
Rosie.
Which is a cute name.
Yeah.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Maggie.
I had a dog named Maggie.
You did?
Yeah, she was oh my gosh, she was the sweetest thing. And like we got her from the SPCA, and I just because I was a kid, and she was such a good dog, and it blew my mind that she was available to adopt. Like, why would anybody
give that up?
I know.
Because
she was such a sweet dog. You could take her for a walk without a leash.
Chelsea was the same.
Yeah.
She was a turnkey when we got her. That's why, if you adopt these dogs, they're just ready for a home.
I was in Kentucky over the weekend. My stepsister and her husband, they have a dog, and she was the sweetest, lovable, soft little pup, real friendly and everything. And they showed me a picture of when they got her rescue.
Yeah,
she was abused. It was
amazing.
horrible. I'm like, how can anybody treat this little adorable, friendly puppy that way?
And Steve, I would take her for a walk, and I would say, "All right, sit," and she would sit on the sidewalk, and then I would walk, and she wouldn't come until I could be like 50 yards away.
I'm so glad he's leaving. Just keep walking, keep walking,
Keep going.
walking.
No, now you gotta
God
play the game.
damn it.
But she did develop these tumors.
They'll take us through the whole story.
No, they weren't cancerous. They just look like ball sacks hanging off of her.
Well, so it ends happily. She had ball sacks.
Hey, you want to touch my dog's ball sacks?
Yeah. No, the real ones.
Several of them.
Kiss them.
Number 7. Sadie.
Sadie.
Cute name. Always
Sadie's
like that
popped
name.
back up with like Sadie Frost, right?
By the way, these all end with E. We've had Ruby, Rosie,
Sadie
Maggie,
Sink, yeah.
Sadie. And then number 6 is Penny.
Yep.
So there's another E on the end there, E sound. All right. 5 is Willow.
Oh.
Okay. I haven't heard that one yet.
The movie and the TV series.
By the way, I watched that first episode.
What'd you think?
At first I was like, oh man, this is kind of a little too teen Disney for me.
Yeah.
But then when it got to like the evil characters,
It's okay.
it's pretty badass.
I stayed away because I've heard bad things about it.
Now go suffer through the beginning of it.
All right.
But when they get to like the first battle, like they did it up.
All right.
It's pretty. So I think
All
I
right.
think I'm going to delve into it a little bit more.
Because I enjoyed the movie.
Yeah,
All
Nick
right.
Murphy is and I trust his opinion. I trust your opinion too. Yeah.
No, yeah, Nick has a good taste, and both Nicks do.
4.
Not to leave you out.
I appreciate it.
Number 4 is Lucy. Another E.
My brother had a dog named Lucy.
There's
Big
not
old
one
bull
dog on this list that you don't know the name of, right? Somebody in your how many dogs in your family?
Right now,
Extended family.
Well, I have 2. My brother's 1. My sister-in-law. My sister has 2.
Do you ever get together for doggy play dates?
No.
Oh.
No.
All right.
All right, I have the top 3. Number 3 is Daisy. We had a dog named Daisy.
We had a dog named Daisy.
We had a dog named
Did you really? And I think we, as the kids, named it. I was really, really young. I was like kindergarten, but we had a white cocker spaniel. She was an adorable, sweet dog. But Daisy was her name. Yep. Number 2. I've heard this one many times. Bella.
Is that from the Twilight series?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yep. And number 1 for the female dog names is Luna.
Luna.
And
I
I've
think
heard
that was the number 1 popular name last year as well.
Oh, my friend just got a puppy and named her Luna.
Okay. So yeah, this was compiled by the Purebred Dog Registration and Canine Partner Mixed Breed Enrollment Statistics. So that is according to the American Kennel Club, the AKC. Those are the top dog names of last year. So.
It's wild, but people will slave over coming up with the right name.
Yeah. All right, we're in the noticer. So
The birthday edition.
yes, it's my birthday today. All right, so did you guys know that men suffer from a type of menopause as well?
And what are the obvious symptoms of this male menopause?
Doctors want to bring awareness to a condition impacting millions of men known as andropause. caused by naturally declining testosterone levels.
Oh, and they say testosterone levels up and down the ages, like, 20s, 30s, 40s, are lower than they've ever been.
So symptoms include hair loss, muscle loss, depression, and fat gain.
It just sounds like growing old.
That just sounds like growing old, right? Yeah.
Is there any legitimacy to men experiencing like PMS symptoms at the same time as their partners?
Syncing up. I've heard that psychologically you can get sympathy pregnancy, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And
so I don't see why that wouldn't be possible.
You can get sympathy periods?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I'm spotting all over the place.
Just like sympathy cranky.
Well, are when a man spots, is it sharding?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Is it reactionary?
I'm asking about mood, I guess. No, like not reactionary. Just like it happens to coincide.
I think there's something to be said for that.
I think it's probably reactionary, and you just don't realize it.
She's in a bad mood, so therefore you're in a bad mood. Yeah, it can be that way.
I'm on my period too.
The University of Wisconsin shows low testosterone impacts 12% of men in their 50s, 19% of men in their 60s, and 28% of men in their 70s.
They say take Ozempic.
Men with low testosterone may choose hormone therapy to combat symptoms.
You know who's like in that case with the hormones? And Dr. Mike, you ever ask him about this? He goes, "You don't mess around with hormones." Like I think. To be honest, Preston, I think years ago when I had the prostate cancer, I was on a testosterone replacement.
Yeah, I remember that.
And
that it may have exacerbated
I believe it might have, because if you remember throughout that, there was at the end of that arc when that was all the rage and you see commercials on television, all of a sudden they disappeared. And all of a sudden class action lawsuits started popping up.
I remember Jose Canseco was one of those endorsers, and he couldn't say testosterone.
Really?
Testosterone.
It's probably because it was his twin brother doing the commercial.
Testosterone probably was. Men with low testosterone may choose hormone therapy to combat symptoms. Working out and magnesium-rich foods like eggs and fatty fish have also been known to increase testosterone levels. So eat your salmon.
Do you know what's been my godsend is circus peanuts.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Do I have time for one more case?
Oh, my goodness.
Or no? If you want me to break, I'll take a break.
I don't think we do.
Because we're going on with Fox, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, that's it. We're going to wrap up the noticer, and we will go live on.
Happy birthday, noticer.
Thank you, Mr. Announcer. We will take a break, and before, I don't know, not at this very moment, but in a little bit, we're going to have your chance to win tickets to the NFC Championship game on Sunday.
It's amazing that we got them.
Courtesy of our friends at Dunkin', we are doing the Preston and Steve Block Pool presented by Dunkin'. And, when we take a break and come back, we do the Fox thing. I'll explain it. If you don't know what's going on and bring you up to speed on it, just stay with us because we would love for you to win. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
After 2 years, the strangest spectacle on snow is back. Preston and Steve's Cardboard Classic, Friday, March 3rd at Scranton's Montage Mountain with thousands up for grabs and cash prizes.
With salt on your watermelon!
Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday.
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes.
Here we go. Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will
dip
try
in.
it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of a mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right. And 3.
3. 1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own. Dogs can get sunburn.
Yep, like people, dogs exposed to too much sun can develop some skin cancers and things like that, and you'll see their skin will actually get a little bit pink or red.
Yeah, so Fozzie was looking all majestic and just laying in the driveway
to him, didn't you?
yesterday. I did not, Steve.
What'd you say?
You made love to him, too.
He's big enough.
You could.
No, that's Reggie.
Reggie's the larger one.
Fozzie, I would split in half.
Case and jeez.
Oh my God.
Oh, why did I say that?
I sent you down that path, didn't I? And now you're thinking about banging your dogs.
Connor's face in the other room. He's like, oh my God. Wow.
Yikes.
Okay.
God damn, that dog's looking good.
Oh my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so. But Stevie sent me
Okay,
this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly.
Oh.
And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know was how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the
love
Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man. I guess.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah,
I'd go with brownie. For your cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it, in case if you want to have some fun with that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison. Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is...
right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like it's
Philly.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies.
Far superior?
Far superior.
Oh,
and
man.
there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not, hey, it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of, there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't
Chips
have
Ahoy.
that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a
off.
piece of brownie cake. Yeah. You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah. Okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He
you.
feels betrayed.
I thought I knew you.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
It's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, where did you? What's the
I was
source?
in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh,
let me
no.
go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will
there we
agree
go.
with that. I would agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a
You're not
brownie
wrong.
by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie.
Percent off with Prime through January 31st. While supplies last, shop in store or online.
They may still be in a commercial.
Here we go. We're here, guys. Sorry, live on Fox. Good day. Hey, guys. Good morning.
Now we have a question for you, Alex.
Does playing music make you hotter? Because there's a study that shows the majority of people, they think so.
That we're attracted to musicians. Steve, what say you?
I can't keep my hands off of Preston. He's a drummer, and there are times when he's on. Look at that! I cannot tell you what's going on in my shorts right now.
I try not to do that very much around you. 'cause
It's
I
just
know-
amazing.
I know what it does.
I mean, I defy anyone to keep from pawing the raw sexuality here. Look at Kathy; she's having to look down. She can't even stand it.
Listen, we've seen rock stars at their sweatiest and smelliest, so I'm going to go with a no on that one.
Wow. Okay.
I think musicians are when they're playing, they tend to exude a sexuality. Yes,
I think
Yes.
if I see a woman, no matter the attractiveness level of their face, if they can sing, I find it incredibly sexy.
What about
Terribly sexy.
a woman playing the tuba?
That could be hot.
So hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mouth stuff going on.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Mouth on your tuba.
I find it attractive.
Do you?
But from a distance. Like, it doesn't mean I want to be all up on you, because you're right. It is sweaty. It is, stinky. But, like, from a distance, yeah.
Well, do you get turned on, Alex, by seeing like a musician, somebody play? Let's say like Neil Diamond. No, but do you see somebody
Oh, my God.
who turns you on? I mean, that's the thing, right? That's why you become rock stars, right?
I remember vividly in ninth grade, there was a kid who learned how to play the guitar. He played acoustic guitar, and the cool, hot girls in ninth grade started paying attention to this kid, and it was because he could sit and then have the girls surround him, and I was like, oh, playing a musical instrument is attractive to women, and that was an object lesson in my life, and that was ninth grade.
So what did you pick up? Did you pick up an instrument then?
No. I said he was the guy.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to point this out. You know what I find incredibly attractive on a woman is when she tries to throw a kick and falls flat on the ground on her back. I think it's so hot.
That is
Wait.
hot.
Yeah, that's going to secure me a date in the city, that's for sure.
Well, should that be done again?
It should. She has to do it again. It's good luck.
I missed this. What happened?
Alex was trying to. I think you were trying to break a board with her knee, and she went too far and fell. We're looking at the video. We're showing this to Kathy right now, and in fine,
oh my God,
wonderful fashion, hit the ground. It was beautiful. But she played it off.
If you guys
Wonderful.
want to see it, I did, because everybody was sharing it, so I did share it on my Instagram, Alex Holly TV, because at this point I'm like, well, if everybody's going to do it. But some people actually thought I did it on purpose. I'm like, why would you think I would do that? I spent the weekend with ice and lidocaine gel on my tailbone area.
I actually was concerned for a second because your right leg kind of fell real awkward, and I thought maybe you slammed your face on the ground too.
Yeah, they can't. That would be bad. Yeah.
I think, but can we talk about?
No, we can't. We don't
Yes,
have
we
time.
have to talk
We
about.
don't
Did
have
you
time.
notice Mike in the video? He laughed and walked away. Let's talk about that.
That's that paramedic training kicking in.
Is it?
He hugged you. What are you talking about?
In yellow took off.
No, that was Mark. That's the guy from Amerikick, Philly. He immediately runs to my rescue and covers me up, make sure nothing was showing. And Mike just ran away and never to be seen again and laughed.
Well, that's something we
Say the clock.
we all deal with stress in different ways.
Being
All right.
funny. Oh my gosh.
Okay, goodbye, you sexy man.
Bye, guys. We'll see you later. All right, there you go. Man, what was I going to mention?
Again.
But anyhow, if you haven't seen the video, Alex goes up to it's on live, and she goes up to those gigs. She's wearing shoes. She was wearing, like boots that don't have any rubber grip on the bottom whatsoever, and tries to throw this kick, and you just see her flat out go on her back. It's pretty classic.
Oh my God.
And she was a good sport about it.
She's right. I'm watching it now. I can't believe I missed this. I didn't see it. I'm
Yep.
watching it now, and Mike does just laugh and walk away.
All right, so here, Case, I need football. I need some music. I need something to get
Can I do other
hype
things as
this
well?
up a little bit. Yeah, if you can. So let's do your opportunity to go to the game on Sunday. And this is courtesy of our friends from Duncan. They have given us a pair of tickets to the Eagles NFC Championship game at the Link. And per Casey's idea, we're doing a block pool. Now you ask yourself, how in the hell are you doing a block pool? Because the block pool happens when the game is over. That's when people find out if they won or not. Well, we are going to have our own Eagles and 49ers game taking place Friday via Madden on a PlayStation. And one of the competitors is going to be Brent Selleck, former Eagle.
Yes.
Who's going to be here playing Friday morning. Now, at the end of it, we will have 100 blocks that will be filled out. And at the end of it, that score is going to dictate which block wins the tickets on Sunday. And along the way, we'll do a first quarter prize, a halftime prize, third quarter prize, and then obviously the big kahuna of it all. You get to go to the game. And what we're going to do is we're going to take calls from people to get on board and to win a block in the block pool. If you get through and you win, you get a $5 Dunkin' gift card for your trouble. Cool. So everybody walks away with something at least. And this is going to happen all day long. So Brent and Jackie and Pierre are all going to have your chance to win as well. And you can also text Duncan to 39333 for a link to the online entry. And you can enter that way, too. So we'll take 10 callers. Yes, Bill. I'm taking 10 callers right now at 215-263-WMMR. And we will give you a block in the Preston and Steve block pool game presented by Duncan and by Sunday, somebody's going to be going to the game. Friday, we'll find out who the winner is. So get on board. Do that right now. Give us a call. We're going to do the Bizarre File while you're calling.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, let's get right into it. Got some stories. We're going to start with this one about a disgruntled chef who released 20 cockroaches from a jar into his pub kitchen after getting into a fight with his former boss.
That's horrible.
Tom Williams had a row over unpaid holiday pay after he left his job at the Royal William IV pub in Lincoln and threatened to cockroach bomb the kitchen, as according to the court proceedings. David Eager, prosecuting, said that 2 days later he carried out his threat.
That's the guy who called me.
At the 170-year-old pub. Oh, he was hired them, yeah.
Yeah, he called me. I that's him.
Mr., can you point him out in the courtroom, please?
Right there.
Yeah.
All of my appendages pointing there.
Mr. Eager said he entered the premises and released a number of cockroaches. They are non-native species of cockroach used to feed snakes and tarantulas. Staff at the pub immediately called the environmental health and pest control and closed the pub. The pub's owner said the effect it has had on staff and families is large. It isn't just the finances of the company. It was how the rest of the Royal William team, particularly the kitchen team, are upset with what happened.
Well, he impacted everyone, just everyone else.
He said they were upset that someone who they worked alongside would be so callous towards them. The statement added that the members of the staff with children were particularly affected as they had to stay late continuously cleaning the kitchen. Williams was due to stand trial on November 21st, but didn't turn up. And he entered a guilty plea to
I know where he lives.
burglary with intent to cause criminal damage at the pub and failure to surrender. Marine rescuers in Florida teamed up to help a dolphin stranded alone in a creek for more than 2 weeks. The Clearwater Marine Aquarium said that the personnel joined forces with the Fisheries Service and Conservation Commission to rescue a dolphin first spotted in Clearwater Creek. The aquarium said that the dolphin appeared to be unable to find its way out of the creek, and rescuers were concerned that the prolonged human interaction would endanger its ability to survive on its own. So the Fisheries Service made a decision to mount a rescue and join with the aquarium, and they created a human chain of 28 rescuers.
Oh, wow.
In the water to guide the dolphin to the creek's exit. So they got him out of there.
That's cool. That's people chipping in.
I thought that was kind of a nice
And
little
once
story.
out into the ocean, it was attacked by a shark.
Released into the wild.
Go forth.
All right. A father is now double amputee, and his daughter is recovering after being seriously injured during a family vacation at a popular California ski resort.
Oh, yeah.
Dave Milne and his wife Claire were taking their 3-year-old Isla and 1-year-old Anna to ski lessons on Mammoth Mountain in Northern California when a motorized snowblower collided with him and his family. The Australian Defense Force veteran who had been living in San Diego threw his body over his children in an attempt to prevent them from being pulled into the machine. This is crazy.
I mean, he let his own body get chopped up to save his kids.
According to a GoFundMe started to help the family following the incident, Dave was able to keep Anna unharmed, but Isla suffered sustained significant injuries. Claire, his wife, raised the alarm, and authorities were quickly able to get to the couple's oldest daughter to the hospital. Dave, however, spent over an hour in the machine until rescuers were able to free him. Wow. He remained conscious the entire time, resulting in double amputation, one above the knee on the left and below the knee on the right.
I saw a picture of him in his hospital bed, Preston, and he's smiling because he saved his kids.
Dave was transported to Reno to treat his extensive wounds. The father additionally suffered a variety of fractures and has undergone 10 surgeries in the past 3 weeks, with many more expected to come. Isla, meanwhile, also required multiple surgeries, but is expected to make a full physical recovery.
Good.
The family has banded together with positive determination for the future, and Dave has a long path to recovery, which will now continue in his native Australia. Isla is still in her wheelchair, but appears to be slowly getting back to her old self, smiling and more asserting herself a little bit more. So it could have been worse.
Yes.
Still pretty damn bad, but authorities say a man is behind bars for threatening to blow up the Bedford County Courthouse in Pennsylvania. State police
That's
say,
a bold legal strategy.
Well, there's even more. So 39-year-old Luke Bartholo has been charged with misdemeanor bomb threats, threatening the placement of a bomb. And according to state police, Troopers are called January 15th after Bartholo violated a protection from abuse order at a home. They say the victim recorded a phone call with Bartholo in which he threatened to eat the sheriff and kill everyone inside the courthouse with an explosion. Bartholo is now
just want to eat that sheriff up.
Held at the county prison. His bail is set at $1 million. Never heard of a threat to eat a sheriff.
The sheriff.
Yeah.
I start with the deputy.
Customers in line for their morning fix of caffeine at a coffee shop in Jersey City got the scare of their lives on Monday when a woman walked in and started waving a sword around. The 26-year-old, who was described as possibly being emotionally disturbed, terrorized customers and staff. Fortunately, no one was injured. The woman faces charge of robbery, terroristic threats, and possession of a weapon, and additional charges may be filed.
Maybe it's their fault, though, because they had that offer medium coffee with every sword.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that might have just been it. All right, and then we'll go with this one. A 31-year-old woman is charged with several offenses after Winnipeg police said she set off a firecracker inside a crowded restaurant and stole a pizza and then carjacked a taxi and dragged the driver while it was
the firecracker.
Officers were called around 3 a.m.
Where did the pizza go?
About the stolen cab, and that's where they found the 54-year-old taxi driver suffering from upper body injuries. They were told a woman had attempted to get a ride from him, but she was asked to get out after becoming belligerent. When the driver stepped out of the vehicle, the woman got into the driver's seat and drove away, dragging the cab driver approximately 30 feet. He was taken to the hospital in stable condition. Meanwhile, other officers spotted the stolen cab being driven, and they followed the cab until it became stuck in a snowbank. The woman driving the cab ran but was quickly caught and arrested. And then they linked her to a restaurant robbery, which happened just south of the carjacking. The woman had demanded food at the restaurant, holding a firecracker as a threat.
I'll blow this whole goddamn place up. You know that's not dynamite, right?
She's holding a lady finger. When she was denied, she lit the firecracker inside the restaurant and then ran off with the pizza.
Oh, my God. She could have sort of burned one of her fingers
Yeah,
slightly.
she could have knocked the fingernail off. There were no injuries reported in the restaurant.
I'll do it!
Robbery. 31-year-old woman is charged with 2 counts of robbery, possession of a weapon.
Step back, bitch. I got 2 sparklers.
Failing to comply with prior court orders and conditions.
I will light this sparkler up.
That. Oh, she did it. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you right now. All right, so we got our callers being taken care of right now for the chance to win tickets to the Eagles game on Sunday. But we have something else to give away, too. We have a secret text word, and this is your opportunity to win tickets for Sarah Silverman's Grow Some Lips tour, which is coming to Ocean Casino Resort in AC on February 4th. Tickets and information at oceanac.com. But if you text word secret to 39333, you'll be in the running to win those tickets. So why not go for that? All right, we're going to take a quick break and come back in a moment. Don't forget more chances to get on board for our block pool from our friends at Duncan to win tickets to the game on Sunday. So hang in there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The MMR
A brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But what? I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. All right, so some stories to run by you. We'll start with Prince Harry. He has returned to the UK ahead of the unveiling of a statue in honor of his late mother, Princess Diana.
I'm black.
At Kensington Palace on July 1st is when that's coming up.
Is anyone home?
Would have been her 60th birthday. Meghan stayed in California with Archie and Lilibet. Rumors and speculation on the current status of Harry and the rest of the feuding royals accompanied the news. And, of course, Diana would not have approved of the way Harry and Brother Prince are arguing. Many do speculate that.
It'd be terrible. And with that in mind, maybe they can patch things up.
Yeah, I would hope so. And with that, I saw a teaser story that I think William was kissing someone or something like that. Did you catch that story?
Who was he kissing?
Like an aide or something along those lines?
Yeah.
But I didn't really. I'm kind of bored
Kathy
with this
Bates.
crap. He was making out with Kathy Bates.
I'm a big fan of Misery.
I've often fantasized.
And here's another bit of information. Prince Charles apparently will not strip Archie and Lilibet of their royal titles. Rumors assert, despite previous indications, that he would consider it.
I tend to think we get a lot of misinformation. Yeah.
And according to an insider, they said, I don't think he will make the unpopular, hostile move of removing the royal status of his grandchildren. And then you have basically people just comment on this stuff.
Absolutely, extract from the royal titles because of this point in time.
Agreed, sir.
Exactly.
So,
why would you do that anyway?
Hang on a second. What does it say? Oh, Prince William promised to give a 96-year-old woman a kiss once. The rules relaxed more during his mini tour of
There you
Scotland.
go.
So that was
I
it.
would like a lot of tongue, please. You misunderstood. You were thinking of a more provincial kiss where I was looking for something more sexual.
Hey, she's 96, man.
Oh, I guess so.
She can ask for whatever she wants.
All right.
Open.
Give me more. Give me your tongue.
Gross.
Dear God, woman, I can taste your pancreas.
That's how deep he went?
Yeah,
or there was bile coming up?
Bile. You know what? You don't know what's bubbling in that old fuselage. What's your favorite cheese?
Of all time?
Is that even possible
I have
to say?
no. Well,
America, Jack!
No, one of the greatest cheeses I ever had was called a Shropshire Blue. I was given it as a gift from some friends who knew that I love cheese, and it is actually an orange blue cheese. It's really good. Orange with blue veins, like a big penis.
Really? Wow, yeah. Like a big,
veiny,
older man's penis.
Sure, it's purple.
Wow.
Yes.
It's an orangish yellow cheese.
Like a senior citizen's penis.
With blue veins in it. And it's,
Yes, do you have any cheese that would resemble a senior citizen's penis?
And
I've got just the thing.
And I absolutely loved it. It's from Shropshire, England.
Something that would resemble an older woman's dried out vagina.
Oh my God!
Dear Lord. We don't have cheese like that, but we have plenty of meat like that.
You know, sir, perhaps you're not interested in cheese.
Yeah.
My little cheese place in Chestnut Hill closed down.
It did.
I was devastated.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, anyhow, so if you want to, you can use your Ritz cracker and try to cut your cheese with it. Remember when cut the cheese used to be a euphemism for farting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just fart when I said
I
that?
thought you were summoning me.
He just... Kathy, did you see that?
No.
He's standing up. He squatted down a little bit right when we said that was
Yeah,
the
I
word
thought
for
you were
farting.
telling me to do that.
Can you, if I ask you right
Fart
now?
on command? Absolutely. No, I wish I
Do
could.
it right
No,
now.
I
Go
can't.
for it.
I can't.
Drop a deuce.
Could you take a dump right here? Yeah.
All right, so did you really?
Drop the deuce?
No, he farted.
Oh, my God. Wow.
Please tell me that the microphones picked that up. Could you hear that, Marissa?
I could hear it in my headphones.
I'm telling you.
It is
This is the person we work with.
unbelievable.
Isolate it.
This is the person we work with.
I mean, we are adults at work. At work. This is our job.
We're making money.
We're
We're
at
making
work.
good
I
money.
think I just bonused with that one.
I wish you would get fired.
Is that what you want? You want my family destitute, Kathy?
No,
You want my family on the
honestly,
streets?
She says just you.
I'll just take care of your kids. Like,
What about my wife? What about my wife?
let her do.
When she comes looking for good loving.
Don't worry, I'll take care of her.
See if we can isolate that moment.
Kathy's got that covered, too.
And relive it. Marissa just held up 3 fingers. I don't know what that means. Hang on a
One in the
second.
ping, 2 in the sting.
It wasn't that 3. What?
3 minutes, I can get it.
Okay, thank you, Marissa.
So doing this thing.
So maybe we'll kind of reinvigorate this thing. But we have decided to return with Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts this morning.
Yes.
And when I tell you that the passion was high for people to that have sent in requests to be a part of this, it's an understatement. It was just fanatical.
It is a global phenomenon. Has been for a long time. People have been raised in this Harry Potter realm, and so we knew we were going to get some staunch competitors.
I read a lot of the submissions that were sent in. I read all the submissions that were sent in, and I read several of them. I was on the plane the other day flying out west, and I was brought to tears by some of these submissions because this world means so much to so many people, and the way that they articulated it was really moving to me, and I'm just impressed. It was so difficult to narrow it down to 2 final contestants.
I mean, put it in perspective. A tick came into the studio to watch.
That's right. That's how popular
That's how
this is.
popular.
I am currently reading the Harry Potter books.
Are you?
I'm on the Sorcerer's, or no, I'm sorry, I'm on the Chamber of Secrets right now, so I've just gotten started.
Reading or Audible?
Audible.
And who's doing it? Who's doing the
I've forgotten the actor's name.
Jim something or other.
He's excellent.
Hey, there might be a question coming up.
Okay.
So I'm about 3/4 of the way through the second book.
Awesome.
So I'm underway. I'm starting to learn. I've seen all the movies, and I found them entertaining. But I wanted to know, because there's so many people that you talk to about this story. There's so much more underneath when you dive into the canon of it all. When you get into the all the details about it, and I want to know that. I mean, I want to know. I think it's a kind of a club that you're in.
So all of my nieces and nephews, like I remember when the movie started coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's friggin' awesome! I loved it."
Yeah.
They were like, "But they left out. But they left out." And there was so much stuff that so they were able to enjoy them, but they were so. They were a little deflated because the books, they devoured. They were ravenous for them. So I think you're entering a cool realm here, Preston.
By the way, Nick McElwain wearing his Gryffindor attire this morning.
Yes, sir.
He has pajamas.
Yes.
That look like a robe.
It's the closest thing I have to a robe, but they are officially licensed Harry Potter pajamas, and so I am a Gryffindor, and that's why I'm
Mr. Potter, what happened to your head?
You have taken the online quiz to find out which house you belong in?
Yeah, I'm a Gryffindor.
Oh, you did?
Okay, yeah. Pottermore was a great website. I don't think it actually exists anymore, which is too bad. But I mean, I've been in the Harry Potter universe for a really long time. I think I got into it maybe when the third book came out. And Steve, I love the movies as well, but the books really do add layers and levels and these just the intricacies to this universe, and it's why people keep coming back to it, because there's so much to read, there's so much to rediscover, and maybe you didn't even notice it the first time around.
And not only has Nick worn his pajamas, but he brought in his wand, and so did Steve.
Yes, I did.
And you guys both got those at Universal Studios?
This was a gift for me from Universal Studios, yeah. So my friend that went and knew how much I loved Harry Potter and brought it back for me.
And you haven't been there?
I have not yet, no.
Oh, my God!
I know.
Got to go. It's incredible.
I did a couple of the tours in London, which were amazing, but yes, I absolutely have to get to Universal.
That's the only thing I know about Harry Potter is that the rides were fun at Universal.
Right.
Literally.
Kathy, it is a whole world. I went to Ollivanders. You did as well, Preston. On your recommendation.
My daughter got a wand fitting there.
And yes, and when you go around the town, the wand activates certain things in
that's
town,
cool,
which is awesome.
Yeah.
I've been to both. I've been in the one in California and in Orlando, and they are outstanding.
I gotta go.
You won't, if you're a fan,
it's real.
You're gonna cry.
That
It's
world
real.
is real.
All right.
Some of the people that sent in submissions said that when they got there, then they saw the Hogwarts castle, it brought them to tears.
I believe
that's how moving it is, yeah.
All right, and by the way, Harry Potter fans are adorable. Look at these guys here this morning. We're going to meet our contestants.
Preston and Steve present Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
As Nick had said, we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to 2. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well-versed, but we only have room for 2 people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these 2 competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts, ultimately not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has by that point
hit full strength, obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to reread all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State, woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally the best books I've ever read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love. True. I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story. The most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenblum to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. Your microphone is not working. Let me try that again. Go ahead.
I am so happy to be here.
Yay. Steph, where are you from?
I'm from central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
Right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
There you go. All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yeah.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in quite the wizarding world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of, but I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, of the movies, and a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow,
Or
which
most?
character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, that's Steph. Our next contestant writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, and what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to
WMMR.
Oh, our listeners, I love you, douchebags. I mean, somebody texted. After I said it, somebody just texted in sweaty balls. And a few people have texted in Blumpkin as well. So thank you for the love. We appreciate it. No, but it's Duncan, Dunkin.
We want you to win.
Yeah, most definitely. And some people are texting in saying the page is not working on the website to the link. Marissa, can you check on that, please?
Are we on the radio?
I don't know. Who are you?
Who do you want me to be? It's your birthday. I'll be anyone you want.
Whoa.
Damn, girl.
Janet Jameson.
I was dreaming of that offer someday. And it finally happened when I turned 55.
55. The cutoff is 54.
Oh, damn it. I can't offer you much.
Just lay back, baby. I'll take care of it.
Is that Marissa's sexy voice? Like,
Just lay back. I'll take care of everything.
Kathy's is the opposite of that? That's
right.
Yeah.
We'll double team you.
Right. Right.
Oh, that's gross.
Pretty much.
Link works, by the way. I texted the word, and I spelled Duncan correctly, and the link works.
By the way, is that Jason Fayon in the picture when you go to that link?
The Zubaz brothers.
The Zubaz brothers. All right. And they've made a bit of a splash,
They
right?
sure have.
They have.
How so? Why? Because there's a lot of people dressed funny and doing goofy dances.
Yeah, but they
there.
do it every single game, and so
And have for years,
and
right?
have for years. So
Yeah.
when you do that, at some point you are going to you're going to catch somebody's attention.
You're going to rise above.
Yeah,
Apparently, the dude in the Eagles wingsuit, quote unquote, he's a perennial as well. Yes.
Yeah. Apparently, he does that every single game. He's like a waiter in the area.
Love that commitment.
I do as well.
I went to a college with the other Zubaz brothers. So
Oh, you did?
I've known Jason for 20 plus years, and then the other guy's a guy named Glenn, and he and I were the same class at Bucknell together. He looks a lot like Ron Howard. So everybody, when we were in college, called him Little Richie Cunningham. But he's a great dude as well.
I saw Kyle Pagan from Crossing Broad. He went through the parking lot on Sunday and did like a little slice of life thing. And I feel like there was one of the Zubaz brothers, and at least it was somebody dressed like them doing a full split. I don't know if you've seen that.
No.
So I don't think Jason knows how to. What about your buddy from Bucknell?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
By the way, I didn't know that those pants were called Zubaz. I had no idea.
Oh, yeah. They were huge in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
And they're expensive. If you find like original Zubaz now, they're going for like a couple $100.
Well, I have
Yeah.
I have an old Eagle Kelly Green starter jacket. I mean, it is from like 1990, and my buddy was telling me it's worth like $200-$400.
Yeah, I got some places that'll sell it, including my closet. Just really quickly, if you are having trouble, some cell phone carriers will shorten a link or something like that. It's right on PrestonSteve.com.
Okay.
There you go.
Wonderful.
Might be the way to go.
And you can register that way as well. We'll do more calls in a bit, but not right now because I want to take some calls for a different reason. So there was a story that Steve sent me the other day. It's about a family in Ohio, and they were charging their iPhone, and it caught on fire while they were asleep. Now, the reason the story is interesting is because it's an iPhone 4, so it's an older model, and Brian Leesgang is the man who lives with his wife, Jennifer, and their 5 kids, and they had no idea that there had been a fire until the next morning. They woke up and they saw the pieces of phone scattered everywhere. There was like a soot and stuff like that. And so they checked home video, and sure enough, you can see it on video burst into flames.
Kathy on the counter, the kitchen counter, it goes up in flames. Yeah.
So this highlights the potential dangers of charging older iPhones. Lee's gang said there was never a mention from Apple when we purchased the product that it would be a fire hazard after so many years of use. And to be honest, letting our kids use the phone and charge it had never crossed my mind as a potential hazard. So by now, the iPhone 4 is 13 years old, and older phones can be at the risk of fire due to a combination of natural wear on the internal components, along with using an old charger. They had reached out to Apple, and Apple had called the phone in question vintage.
Vintage?
Yes.
It's funny. They're the way they have it set up, they want your stuff to become obsolete as quickly as possible.
Oh, my God. Yes, they do.
Absolutely.
My brother had an iPhone 4 for forever, for years. Like just recently, maybe 2 years ago, got a new phone. And if you remember, we used to work at Apple. So he had that iPhone 4 and would work at Apple. And they would all just shake their heads at him. They're like, why don't you get a new phone? And he was like hell-bent on keeping it as long as he possibly could.
Yeah. I have all of my iPhones. I've never turned them in for recycling or anything like that.
You can actually get a few bucks for it.
I know, but I kind of am attached to them, so I keep them as little collector's items.
I can see that. I'm a big tech dude, and I do love the sort of retro stuff. I have actually once or twice. I'm now in the program where you mail in the old phone and you'll get the new one. So, but there was a point in time where there was a charity where you could send the phone and they would give that to people domestic abuse victims who
kidding.
could not get a phone.
Wait, does that charity still exist?
I would love to see where it is. And Nick, I'm stupid and I forgot the contact for it, but that was to me that was a great idea.
If we find out, let me know, because I'm in the market for a new one at this point, Steve, and would love to trade the old one in.
Right.
So here's one of the things I want to throw out there and see if people can chime in with, because even though that's only 13 years old and they're calling it vintage, I wanted to see if who is still using a piece of vintage tech, like really vintage tech, and still use it. Not you still have it, you use it.
Not 4 years old, something that's really, really old.
Yeah, like you have an ancient TV that for whatever reason you guys just never got rid of it, and it still works and you still use it, you still plug it in. 215-263-WMMR. Could be anything. Doesn't have to be just, phones or television. Just whatever ancient piece of tech that you still use.
My dad still uses a flip phone, and I got a call yesterday from someone, and they're like trying to confirm an appointment with him, and they're like, we called twice, and he hung up on us. I'm like, he didn't hang up on you. I was like, it's just a flip phone. He probably can't hear you. I don't know.
What make of flip phone is it? It's like a Motorola?
Steve, I don't even remember what they were. I have no idea. But it's the little black flip phone. Now, it's an advanced one because it has a teeny screen on the outside of it, so it lights up.
You can watch movies.
No, it lights up if somebody calls, and I didn't know, but apparently he can get text messages on it, but can't get pictures or anything like that.
Of course,
there's something romantic about that. I use my regular phone, my smartphone, all the time. I use it for work, but I also use it just as a distraction. And I think that I would not use the flip phone for a distraction as much. Like for him to have that as his primary go-to phone, there's a little bit of me who's jealous.
Well, I actually just saw this TikTok yesterday and it's from a woman. I'll call her a woman. She's in college, and her friends use the flip phones exclusively on the weekends and when they go out. And she says it is a life changer. It's a game changer. Because she said there so many causes of their angst and their sadness and emotions are because of the smartphone.
Nah, I can see that.
And
how though? I mean, I'm trying to
because you're more inclined to post things on whether it be like Snapchat or whatever, and
social
then
media.
so then people are having FOMO. They're having fear of missing out, or it's just having the smartphone.
You shave that off.
Having the smartphone out with you. It invites, I guess, certain like social pressures or whatever, and when they're out with their flip phones, they're less inclined to take drunken pictures. So when they wake up the next morning, that's not like, oh my gosh.
And they don't miss the moment by being on their phone when they're out with their friends,
and they're in the moment.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
most important.
Do you remember the days of when you left the house? That essentially no one was going to be able to contact you.
Yeah.
Until you were around a phone, or your home. The only way they could get a hold of you was at your home phone.
Yep.
Or you could say, "Hey, I'm going over to so-and-so's house. You can call me over there."
Do you remember how big it was? And I had one because I was doing freelance. I was doing imaging for some radio stations, doing comedy bits for a number of other stations. My pager.
No.
I had a pager.
Never had a pager.
Yeah. So
did you use it all the time?
I did use it a lot, and it was actually kind of.
Oh my God, I remember the page.
Right. So that was actually a perfect thing because you had the pager, but you couldn't call back immediately.
Right.
No, but if you got the page 911,
Yes.
you have to find a phone immediately and see what the issue was.
But I just remember the times of being incommunicado. Like there's no question. You are not for the next. It would be crazy to say that to someone now. For the next 6 hours, you're not going to be able to reach me.
Yeah.
At all.
And then also
it's
like,
liberating.
Yeah, when you were out with your friends, like your other friends didn't know that, you know what I mean? Because you have that as well. Like, I'm not over their house, and I know that everybody's over there because...
I mean, your house upstairs.
Because of like Snapchat or whatever.
Yeah.
Like
You have a lot of FOMO.
What's that?
You have a lot of FOMO. Like, that would not be the reason why I would not take a phone, is worrying about what other people are doing.
I'm not saying for me, I'm saying for other people. Like, I have children, and I know that is a thing now. Like, and it's been that way for a little while. Like, when people are Snapchatting that, Sally and Jane are over at Susie's house, and I'm here, and I'm friends with Sally and Jane, and I don't know why I wasn't invited over Susie's house.
Yeah.
But
I hear that. Yeah.
So it's not. I'm not referring to me, Kath.
Yeah,
no, you don't like Sally.
No.
Yeah, she's such a slut.
Yeah, unbelievable.
It's embarrassing. All right, let me go to some calls here. 215-263 WMMR. I'm going to go to Bob. Hey, Bob. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody's doing well.
Oh, thank you, man. What's up, bud?
I'm currently calling you on my iPhone 6 right now.
Oh, okay. That's an older one, yeah.
And I also use a boombox still at home, and I play CDs, and my family are looking at me like, what is wrong with you? Like, they call me technologically stunted. That's my nickname right now.
And why do you hang on to that?
Hey, they still work.
Still works. You know, why not? It ain't broke, don't fix it.
And boom boxes are still available. They're and some of them really embrace the. We got Gary Lauer a boom box a couple of years ago. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
They still do. They still work, and they sound good. So what the hell? You know?
All right. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. I mean, obviously, Bluetooth speakers are pretty ubiquitous now, and you don't need all the
And
CDs.
it's smaller, and you don't. Yeah, you don't.
You don't need the
everything.
CDs.
Yeah,
You don't need all the stuff to go with it. But he's hanging on to it.
Kathy, you were kind of surprised the other day because I have a DVD player, and we were talking about DVDs for some reason, and you were like, "No, I haven't had a DVD player in a long time." And I use my DVD player. I like having it.
I like the physical media. I have a Blu-ray player by every TV that is. My wife doesn't have anything.
You're also a movie collector. Like
Yes.
you like having physical.
I like having
copies
the
of-
physical media. Yes, absolutely.
Oldest piece of tech you still use. I will go to Rob next. Hey, Rob.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Great, Rob. What's up, man?
Good. How you guys? Doing well. Doing well.
Awesome.
I use a cassette. I got a cassette tape player that sometimes when I'm working in the garage, I just want to get away from the world, and I just I play my cassettes, my older cassette.
Wow.
Do you have a lot of mixtapes? Do you have a lot of mixtapes that you made for yourself?
Excuse me?
Do you have a lot of mixtapes that you made for yourself?
No, not so much. I just artists that I had that I collected over the years, and I just I got a big box of them, and sometimes I just, like I said, I'm working in the garage, and I just want to get away from reality. I'll play one tape after another as I'm working. Or something.
Rob, how many cassettes you think you got in that box?
60, 40, 45.
Okay. Who are some of the artists you got in there?
Yeah. Led Zeppelin, Doors.
Classic rock.
I got some country songs too. Things like that.
You know what? Cassettes have become, or
Thanks,
at least for a brief period, they seem to be a retro chic. Like people were collecting cassettes. I don't know if that's still the thing.
They will deteriorate over time.
Yes, they do.
That's the thing. It's magnetic tape, and you'll lose quality big time on the way through those. Let us go to Bran next. Hey, Bran, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Nobody should do without a tube TV in their family room to play Duck Hunt on.
Duck Hunt. I love Duck Hunt.
Oh, man.
And Michael Hunt is a great game.
We might still have some of those Duck Hunt sound effects. Do we still have those,
I'm
Casey?
looking for 'em.
So you still play that on, God, what system was that? A Nintendo?
The original NES. Yeah, the Nintendo, because you can't play it on the flat TV, and they have newer guns that supposedly work, but they don't work like the original. And it's so nice, just that game. I mean, there's a couple other shooters, but Duck Hunt is king.
So you keep the set for Duck Hunt. That is hilarious. There you go.
There it is. Oh, my God, that is so
I used to love that.
Do we have, there it is. The dog would laugh, right?
That's a bark, really.
I thought there was a scene where he's kind of like,
Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah,
There.
you're right. As a matter of fact, we have that
Hang on a second.
right here.
That's the dog laughing? I guess so.
In 8-bit world, it is.
We still, this is definitely not that old, but we still have it and still use it from time to time, is the Nintendo Wii.
The Wii was a great system.
And
That's the commercial.
Carter breaks that out every now and then.
You know the thing about the Wii is that for me, the most fun I had playing the Wii was with the game that came with it, which was the tennis and the bowling and all and these kind of things. That was a great system.
Nintendo Twilight Princess. And you had to play that on Wii. It wasn't available on any other system. Shannon is on. Hi there, Shannon.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Shannon?
I still have a Rolodex on my desk.
A Rolodex.
And I use it.
You do? Okay, and you'll add new phone numbers and addresses to that?
Yeah, if I get like a business card, sometimes it's just easier to attach to one of the little index cards that's in the Rolodex, and then I don't have to program them into my phone.
I used to love, my dad had a Rolodex, and for some reason it was just somehow comforting to rifle through the Rolodex.
It is. It's kind of aesthetically pleasing, and it's a nice noise when you flip them all around.
It's very comforting.
It's like ASMR.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, thank you,
That's what I
Shannon.
was trying to think of. Have a good day.
What's the one that popped up? Was that called the Filofax?
Yeah, I think that was. So you'd put this little slider on the side to the letter.
Yeah.
And it would pop up to
You
that
hit the
page.
button and it would go fling. I used to play it. My dad had one on his desk. I would just play with that all the time.
Were you thinking of the GameCube?
No.
Okay, because I have an old GameCube as well. Because you said the Wii, and I was wondering because I played Twilight Princess on the GameCube.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, ours is on Wii because you need the wand. You need the to swing the sword and all that stuff.
Oh, I'd like to try that.
Yep.
We have a VCR in my house. It's my mom's, and it's one of those dual VCR DVD players. And she wanted the VCR because she had her favorite movie on VHS.
And you couldn't get it anywhere else. What is this very obscure movie?
Dennis the Menace.
Yeah.
With Walter Matthau. He loves that
That's
movie.
her favorite movie. That's adorable.
It actually, I enjoy the movie.
Yeah.
Christopher Lloyd's in it.
My mom and sister's VHS recently crapped out, finally. They held on to that thing tooth and nail, man.
Oh, my God.
I just couldn't figure out why, but they did. I mean, DVDs have come and gone, and they still had VHS.
Because they were comfortable with it. They knew how to
they knew
work
how to work it.
They knew how to,
Yeah.
And it's also because you amass a collection and of that mindset. As you get older, you go, I already have them on the Victrola. And so you don't need to upgrade.
Is it possible to teach some advanced aged people? I'm talking about people like in their 80s,
right?
Like smartphones and things like that. I mean, they like the times I've encountered it is like they just don't even want to mess with it. But there are so many great YouTube videos. I got to believe that there's a couple that have.
They don't know how to get on YouTube.
To explain, but if you can show it, that explains it even for senior citizens, like specifically made for senior citizens.
You bought the grandpad, right? For your.
And my mom was fighting that left and right,
and she loves it.
She loves it. Yes.
Well, that's the reason my dad still has a flip phone. I mean, I've offered my old iPhones to him, and he's like, "What do I want that for?" I don't go on the internet. I'm not searching for anything. Like maybe pictures, but he's like, I'm not gonna be able to do that. Like he just doesn't have the time for it. I mean, listen, he can come over to your house and rewire your entire electrical system, but he doesn't want to figure out the iPhone.
By the way, and going back to the grandpad, Steve, the reason that she's okay with it is because it's big and dumb.
Yes.
It's got big dumb buttons.
It's like what's the phone for the is it the Cricket or the with the big buttons? Not
sure.
The phone is it's in fact I think it's like a flip phone. It's for like 80 and up.
The first 5 minutes of every visit to my parents' house is tech support.
Oh, my God.
Every time we get there. And listen, I love my parents to death. But it's a running joke, but it's also accurate. And Steve, I told you this a while ago, but I made the mistake of giving my parents Ken Sedberry's contact information.
No.
Ken's a great guy who works for Comcast. So now they have him on call, essentially.
no.
And it's like, listen.
It's amazing Ken hasn't put a contract out on us.
He's a kind person who is willing to help. But Preston, to your point, like I would love for them to be able to flip on the Apple TV and watch stuff on YouTube all the time.
Yeah.
They just don't. There's a piece missing where they're not able to do it, and I don't know what that piece is.
You know what? And is it Preston a part of that piece, knowing that they can have family members over? I don't know.
Totally.
Right.
Yes.
So
Maybe.
right?
We have tech support in our grandkids.
Yeah. All right, let me go next to, let me see, who is this I was going to go to? Yeah, let me go to Jessica. She's been on hold for a while. Hi there, Jessica. Good morning.
Hi, it's so good to talk to you guys.
Wonderful to have you on, Jessica. What do you want to tell us about?
So I have my great-grandmother's food processor and her egg beaters.
Oh.
Okay.
They're like from the Sears catalogs, like back in, the 50s and stuff like that. They are really cool. And they still work. Oh, my God. They're like beasts. They will not die.
Jessica, do they have those kind of power cords that are that were like wrapped in like a almost like a fabric?
Oh, well, it has the power cord is so stiff, like it's kind of actually ridiculous. Like you can't even really bend it that well. But I just know that one is it's so stiff of a power cord. But they're amazing.
And they work well. Yeah, because we used to have a whole bunch. We were sort of given to it, when my mom passed away, and we had all the stuff that she was holding on to. And some of those old appliances, Preston, had. Do you know what I'm talking about? The power cord?
I know exactly what you're talking about. It was like a cloth or maybe a nylon. Jessica, I'll bet you could strap that thing on the back of a John boat and take it out for a ride.
Oh my God, yeah, they're insane. But yeah, I was hoping the Corningware I inherited too. I was hoping that was going to be worth some money, but it's not yet. So
okay,
give it to Corningware. Give it to Corningware.
All right, thank you, Jessica.
A revolution.
By the way, my computer is 11 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, I just pulled that up.
So,
and that's a long time.
It is.
Like I switch it out at about the 4 or 5 year mark.
Yeah. Is your battery still hold up on that? Okay.
I don't ever it's always plugged in.
It's a work one, right?
So,
So
Preston-
mine at home, the battery is failing, and that's when. So I think that's what I got for my birthday today, a new laptop.
Oh, awesome.
I saw it. Yeah.
I will tell you this. They also make sure that the software demands more power so that you have to upgrade.
Yeah.
So that when it's part of the master plan.
They're good at that.
Yeah.
A listener emailed in a picture of their clock radio and says that they've listened to us the last 15 to 20 years on this. And that was something, not clock radio, but that digital clock with the big, huge numbers.
Yeah.
It was, I mean,
That
there
would
was,
flip?
No, mine was
okay.
just like a box. It had a
with
white
a small
back.
light, right?
No. It was big, huge
Really?
numbers because you guys know I can't see anything.
Yeah.
So I used, and it was my alarm clock for school, for middle school, high school, and I kept it for a long time. I took it to college. I had it after college.
They were reliable.
I just and I couldn't get rid of it. And finally, I started. I think I was here with you guys, and you were all saying we were talking about whether we still use an alarm clock or the cell phone. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to try with the cell phone, and I did, and I moved over to that. But I had that clock for a long time.
So I have an atomic clock. Yes, it's bathed in radiation, but so it keeps time that way. But it also has something, Kathy, for your eyesight. It projects the time on the ceiling. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
What were those? You remember the analog clocks that would flip? Like they were the
Like
each
Groundhog Day.
number.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah. I wonder if somebody's got to still use
Preston, that
those
was the
from
kind
time
of
to
tech that
time.
was in the Apollo, with flipping digits.
Yeah, it was analog.
Great band name, by the way.
Flipping digits.
Flipping digits.
We will go next to Lori. Hey, Lori. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, Lori. What's up?
So I guess my dad has a really old VCR, but the reason he keeps it is because he's a mummer and has at least 50 to 100 mummers tapes in the basement that are like coveted from like in the 60s, 70s.
Wow.
So I keep telling him, like, you can digitize.
Yeah.
You can.
You can do that.
In fact,
I'm like, Dad,
he needs to do it. Right.
You don't need to keep them. You don't need to keep the VCR, but he's like afraid that they'll get messed up in the process.
Lori,
they're eventually going to deteriorate.
They're going to degrade, yes. In fact, at least make the case that way that they're soon going to be unwatchable. He needs to convert it over to digital.
I know, and he's probably one of the very few people, if only, who have some of these mummers tape, like the whole Mummers Parade on video from that year. And I'm like, if anybody finds out that you have this video, period, and you lost it, they're going to kill you.
It's kind of adorable that he's holding on to it.
No one in the mummer community, and like they will come and get him.
Wow, that's hilarious.
All right, thank you, Lori. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Case, you said line 5?
Yeah, because I love this game.
All right. Hi, Francesca. Good morning.
Hi, sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's okay.
What's up, Francesca?
Hey, so I still have my Atari from, oh my God, when I was a kid, and my husband and I have Kaboom competitions.
Wow. So you have the original Atari.
I don't remember Kaboom.
Kaboom was you had you used the little paddle that you would dial right and left on it. It wasn't a joystick. And there was a robber, who was, in the classic jail outfit, the black and white stripe, and he would drop bombs. And then you would try and catch the bombs in these buckets of water. And you had 3 buckets, and if you missed, one would go away. And so you essentially had 3 lives. I love that game. I thought that game was a lot of fun.
It's like Asteroids, kind of, right?
Similar.
In a way, yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, I have so many games. I don't know if half of them still work or not, but yeah, my husband makes fun of me. He's like, you need to get rid of this.
Not Asteroids.
Not Asteroids. Because Asteroids.
Space Invaders.
You're in the middle.
Space Invaders, yeah.
Something like that.
So you're playing it, the connectors would be, would you have an adapter? How are you playing that on a current set, or do you play it on an old set?
Oh my gosh, it's an old TV, but I still have the adapter that you used to use to hook up to the television, where like you have to flip it to TV or flip it to games.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I love that.
I still have all of that.
All right.
That's
nice.
great.
All right. Thank you, Francesca. We're talking about the oldest piece of tech you still actually use.
But Kaboom, isn't that was that cleaner stuff?
Kaboom!
Kaboom!
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no, someone decided to take a in the bathtub.
Kaboom!
That was a parody of those commercials with I forgot it, Billy Mays.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did he pass away, Billy Mays?
I want to say he
Because
did.
he did the Oxy as well, right?
Oh my God, this was so funny.
Oh no, someone decided to take a in the bathtub.
You have to kaboom that.
Because they use kaboom on the filthiest stuff.
Yes.
Kaboom. Let's go to Scott. Hey, Scott. Good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. All I did was get out of the shower.
You must be clean.
Yes, you must. Scott, what's up, man?
Not much. My brother-in-law, his father, he puts 8-track players in every vehicle he's ever purchased.
Oh my God.
Like, what was it? He bought, I can't remember what year, he bought a Honda minivan, took the whatever radio was in there, put the 8-track in there.
So what year was that? Any guess, Scott, as to what was the most current vehicle that he had retrofitted with an 8-track player?
Probably 2019.
Oh my God! They make an after factory 8-track player for cars?
I don't know if they do, but somehow he installs it and it works.
That's unbelievable.
Right.
Oh, that's great.
And he still thinks that 8-tracks are coming back.
That's the one tech that didn't come back. They made the records were retro,
right?
And they're super popular. Vinyl.
The problem is because if you were listening to a song you didn't like and you'd skip to the next, it didn't necessarily go right. It would go like to the middle of the song sometimes.
There was a song on.
It was an endless loop tape.
Goodbye Yellow Brick
Both
Road,
sides.
Preston. And I remember clearly
Scott.
that there was the song split halfway through.
Yeah, it would fade out. It was really weird. By the way, you could tell that some of our younger crew are putting the callers up because they, instead of an 8-track, they wrote A-track.
No, really?
8-track player.
Oh my God.
Why would they have any idea what an 8-track is?
I know.
And there's no reason for them to know.
We had this 8-track robot quiz. Was it a Tandy maybe? Nick, we're the same age.
I remember Tandy was Radio Shack.
Yeah, but you would
There was like a video game on an 8-track?
It wasn't video. It was an audio like trivia type of game. You would stick the 8-track into this little robot and you would play along.
Casey, I had it.
Yes.
I had it.
What was that?
You can look it up. I've looked it up before a while back, but it was it was gray and white. He had little lit up eyes.
Yes.
And he would laugh like this whole thing. I know exactly what you're talking about. It was an 8-track. You could play regular 8-tracks for music, but they would make these specific 8-tracks, and it was a learning tool.
That's pretty wild.
But
Not the Omni entertainment system, was it?
No.
Okay.
But it was
The Sibian.
If you type in 8-track robot or something like that from 1980s or 70s, actually is when I had it, the late 1970s.
Yeah.
You'll be able to find it. You know what we should do sometime?
Wow.
is,
Looks like a monster?
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, man.
What was it called?
The Talking Trivia Robot 8-track.
What a creative name.
2XL.
2XL is what it was called.
Kind of, I'm sure that this was intentional, but it's like almost looks like a Star Wars character.
Yeah. It's like a little droid.
Yeah.
We should bring in antiquated pieces of technology and see if our interns know what the hell they are.
We'll get a list.
You've seen videos of kids with a rotary phone.
Don't know how to use it.
Having no idea how do you dial? How do you do this? Yeah.
Preston, one of the most hilarious things was a video was on AFE, which is I live for America's Funniest Home Videos.
Yes.
A kid trying to figure out how to use an on-the-street mailbox, where to put the mail in, and he's like walking around it, doesn't realize you should put it in, just let it slide down the slot.
Oh, that's great.
Right.
Could not figure it out.
We have to do this. We got to bring stuff in.
All right. And I know a place that we can get a bunch of this stuff from, too. So, that's perfect. Hang on. Let me go to Yvonne. Yvonne, good morning. Hi, Yvonne. You are on the air. Gadzooks, Yvonne. What's up?
I just have an old Atari that still works, and it's hooked up to this humongous old TV that takes at least 6 guys to carry.
All right. So you still have an old tube television.
Yeah.
And you still have your Atari hooked up to it. Do you guys
Set up
play
there.
from time to time?
What's that?
Do you play with it from time to time?
Oh, absolutely. Love to play tanks and
Tanks I love.
Wow.
Tanks is the best.
And
there's a Mystery Manor that you can play, and what's the other one? Tennis.
Now, obviously, televisions have gotten a lot more compact and more affordable. Why do you guys hang on to that giant Trinitron TV that you still have, probably?
Because I can't get 6 guys to carry it.
Yes! Dude. Steve, and thank you, Yvonne, by the way. Steve, I had a Sony Trinitron. My God, that thing was like a boulder.
So here's the deal with the
it was impossible to move it. Even 2 pretty good-sized guys, you needed 3 to be safe.
So what the story was is it was the Lamborghini of TVs, the Sony Trinitron.
Oh, yeah.
How they never put any design on that would have facilitated moving it.
Yeah.
Not even a slight indentation for a handle.
Yeah, no hand grips. Nothing.
Right, nothing. So I would end up, every time I moved the Sony Trinitron, and the Toshiba was not much better. Preston, your thighs would be so bruised up. Because that's the only way you do it. You have to balance it on your thighs and hold it. And each set. So let's say at that time you're talking a 28-inch. You'd max out at like a 32-inch was unbelievably big. That would weigh about 500. I was just about to say the F word, 100 pounds.
Yeah, you would have to carry it like the strongman competitions. Remember when they carry those boulders? That's what
the
you
only
look
way.
like when you carry it.
That's the only, like the Highlander games.
Yeah, and you know what? So I remember when we got a 37-inch TV. It was gigantic.
Right?
People would come over to my house to watch my 37-inch Toshiba. It's like, why do you need something that big?
My buddy they always got those cabinet TVs.
Yeah.
You know, like where
part of the furniture?
It was furniture. Yeah.
Sure. Yep, we had those too. Yep. I will go next to Tucker. Been on hold for a while. Hey, Tucker, good morning.
Happy birthday, P-Bud.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. All right, what old piece of tech you still using?
I have the original 60-gig iPod.
Wow.
The original...
And it still works. There's 60,000 songs in it.
That's a lot of
I haven't
songs.
been able to update it for 10 years.
Well, I think the original iPod was 5 gigs or 5 or 6 gigs, I think, right? It wasn't
5. When it came out to 60, I went out and got it right away. I updated it.
Yeah, do a little checking on that, Nick, because we were actually given the initial. I mean, that's old, definitely. But the original iPods had that really clickety wheel, and
I still have mine.
Yeah.
I'll have to bring that in sometime. But
This is right before video.
And Tucker, you still use it?
I still use it. It has to sit in the a station now
Okay.
because the dial doesn't work as well.
Right.
It still works.
Okay, gotcha.
The
Nice.
original ad said, "Say hello to iPod. 1,000 songs in your pocket."
That's right. That's right. All right,
I got
thanks, Tucker.
60,000.
Good to talk to you, buddy.
He has 60 of them.
Let's go to Sherry, oldest piece of tech you got. Hi, Sherry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Sherry?
I have a 30-year-old Canon camera that I got through the Marlboro Miles back in the day.
Marlboro Miles. And you got that for free with your Marlboro Miles.
Yes.
Nice.
A Canon camera, 30 years old, and you still use it.
Yes. And it works underwater. That's why I still use it.
All right.
Okay, where do you get film for it?
I ordered it offline. It's a regular 35-millimeter film. You can get it in black and white or color.
Is it pretty expensive to get film these days since it's not as common?
I'm getting it developed a little bit more pain, but not many places do it.
All right.
Yeah.
There's a guy who shows up to the
Thanks,
Camp Out
Sherry.
for Hunger every year with his disposable camera.
Disposable
Yes.
camera. Yeah.
Nice guy, but he always has a disposable camera.
You know what? You remember the days of like in high school they had photography class?
Yes.
And you would have to go in and go into the dark room.
Yep.
Which do those even exist anymore?
Yeah.
To develop, you put it in the silver bath and all that.
People still like using film, the tactile sensation of it, and developing their own photos. And you can't really do that digitally. You can go into a film lab. So my girlfriend is an amateur photographer, and she likes film cameras. She has some vintage cameras, and so that's another reason for doing it. Like if you have a camera from the 40s or 50s, you need to know how to work with the film.
There's something really cool about taking that piece of paper and putting it in that solution and
The fixer,
watching the fixer.
It's magical.
And watching that image come up on that paper.
I
Pretty cool.
loved it.
I did
and
too.
there was also like accomplished photographers, and Nick, perhaps Andrea is this way as well. in that process, you could do things that would affect how the image looked.
Yeah.
So you could, there were different
That's
things.
what
to
Ansel
that.
Adams did.
Right. So, and he, like the Hasselblad cameras, the ones, the like super expensive film cameras, or the ones that used to have the one sheet,
I'll tell you a
the
quick-
one, the one film exposure.
I'll tell you a quick story. She has Andrea has a photo, a camera from her grandfather. It's from the 1930s or 40s, and he took a photo out at Mount Rainier in 1942. We went there 2 summers ago. She took a photo from the exact same spot with the exact same camera and then developed it. And so several generations
that's
have had
cool.
the same camera with the same photo in the same spot, and then she developed it. It's pretty neat.
A little side story to that. In our photo class in junior high, one of the kids who was a little bit of a lunatic swapped out the teacher's coffee with a half a cup of Fixer, Preston.
Oh, my God.
He took a quick sip of it, spit it out, and I tried to comfort him by saying, "Quick, eat some negatives."
Oh my God!
I couldn't believe that we got credits in high school and college for photography class. Like
I
that
love
was,
that
to me,
class.
it was so easy
Yeah.
and so fun and interesting as opposed to sitting in a lecture hall.
Yeah, it was
Marissa,
one of the arts.
I think, didn't you go to college for photography?
Yeah, kind of. When I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do as photography, that was me in high school. I was in the darkroom at all times of the day.
Getting
I was
laid.
taking photographer. Yeah, I wish.
Getting laid.
Other people were coming in and making out, and I was just like, "Oh, hey guys, you guys want to
It's okay, baby.
file out some?"
Wait, was the
development
dark
holders?
room the sex room?
Yeah, where else were you gonna make out? With
I
people?
don't know. I didn't do it in the dark room.
No, not in my
I
school.
mean, that's the only place that the janitor felt comfortable.
Didn't you go to an all-girls school?
It was, but there's a boys' school next door.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, not that we couldn't have
Let's see what
ladies
develops.
making out with each other, see what develops.
no, and like the photography teacher was like the cool teacher too.
Yeah.
His
Okay.
name was Pete. He was
Okay.
the guy.
All right. Hey, Pete.
Hi, Pete.
You
Pete
called
Cano.
your teachers by their first name?
Only Pete.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was the only one.
Okay.
Listen, I want you to call me by.
Oh,
Marissa,
You're a whore, Peter. Oh, no. Oh, no. One more time, Case. You're a whore, Peter. Let's see. It is. Do we have to wrap up here in a second?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm going to go to Dan. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Great, Dan. We were talking about these antiquated pieces of tech that you still use.
Yes, sir. Happy birthday, by the way.
Oh, thanks, man.
I found. You're welcome, man. So, I found a tube. It's probably about a 48-inch tube TV on the side of the road, and I was like, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but I think I could probably fix that thing. So I brought it home, and my wife's looking at me. I'm like, "Hey, dude, I think I got this." And
I think I got this.
I think I got this. And then I took it upstairs. Don't know. I used one of those little hand cart dudes. I brought it upstairs, put it in my man cave. Well, my version of a man cave. There's also kids' toys in there. Anyway. I get it in there. My daughter's looking at me. I'm like, I know you have no idea what this is, but I'm going to try to get it to work. So I plugged it in, and that dude worked. It worked without me even doing nothing.
So it's a color set. It's a 48-inch color set.
Oh, he's breaking up.
Oh.
I said, it's a color TV, right? And 48 inches.
Yes, sir. It's about 48 inches. It's a color TV. It is. Now, I will say that whoever had it kind of like left it on one screen, and I think it was QVC because it kind of burned into it. But it works great. And if you got something real colorful going on there, you can't even see.
You can't even see it.
Yeah.
Wow, man. Good for you. I would never think to pick up a TV off the side of the road.
You
but-
got all those toys to play with in your man cave.
Yeah.
That just shows how weird I am.
We love you, Dan. Thanks for your call, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll see you later.
Chuck brought in a trapper keeper earlier this week.
That's right.
That's vintage. I mean, it's not.
Yeah,
It's not
tech.
technology, but
Yeah.
Casey, do any of your kids use lockers at school? Because my son does not.
Oh, really?
They carry everything around, and I think maybe they have access to lockers, but they're just like small, and most kids in his group just Use the backpack.
None of your kids.
None of them. They haven't used lockers in years.
Right.
At all.
Well,
I think they have one, but they don't use it.
That was
at
a
all.
huge rite of passage.
Oh,
Getting your combination.
Yeah.
It was a reflection of who you were.
It was your turf.
Absolutely.
Wait, why do they want to carry everything with them?
There's some classes don't really have that much in the way of textbooks and things like that, and a lot of things are done on a laptop. And,
you don't need a
They
bunch of
just-
notebooks. You just need
Yeah.
one laptop.
Okay.
But my kids still use the high school kids still have lockers that they use, and like, hey, what do you got to decorate something for your birthday? You know, you need your locker to decorate.
Yeah, not my kids.
No.
Yeah.
Plus, it's a waste of time in between classes. Like having to go to the locker and then back out to the class. And
That
so
was where you hung out.
I know.
you know?
Well, yeah, 93.
A lot of conversation took place by the lockers.
This just came into my mind out of nowhere. My mom still uses her mother's can opener. But like the electric can opener that you would plug in.
Yeah.
And it was like the size of, I don't know, like a little radio.
Yeah, I know what
and
you're talking
like,
about. Yeah.
It has a little lever, you open it up. Yeah. I think the
Look,
magnet's
grand
gone.
dildo.
Yeah. And they had like a knife sharpener on the back too sometimes. Ours always did.
Oh, we never used that. Our knives are dull.
Yeah, the can opener is an old one. Hold on. And in fact, speaking of that, let me go to Mandy next. Hi, Mandy. Good morning.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Mandy?
I listen to you guys every morning. I just want to tell you that.
Oh,
'Cause I
thank
don't
you so
know
much.
We love you.
I don't
Thank you.
know how lucky y'all get again to get a hold of you guys. But I've been listening for over 20 years.
Wow.
Fabulous.
Yeah. I'm 51, and happy birthday to you, Preston.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mandy. All right. So what is
Yeah.
it you're still using?
Oh, this is so awesome. When I was a little kid, okay, I remember looking up at my grandmom's house, looking up on the counter. She always had this toaster. You put the bread in, and it automatically just goes down, and then it comes up, and it's perfectly toasted. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. And when I would spend the night there, I would smell the toast, and that would get me awake, and I'd come downstairs, and there'd be that toaster. Well, I told her one time, I guess I was like in my 30s, I said, Grandma, I'm not wishing this on you, but when you pass away, that's the only thing I want out of your house is that damn toaster. Well, my grandmom, she did pass away a couple years ago, but my mom made sure that I got that toaster. And I use that friggin' thing every day.
Yeah, you do.
Bet your
It's
ass.
the perfect toast
party.
It's one of those.
Mandy's house.
I love it, and every time I use it, it reminds me of her.
Yeah.
And I have her car too, actually.
Her car?
Like, yes, they gave me her car.
What is it?
It's
a Lambo.
Kia. It's a Kia.
I was going to say, is it a Mercury
Yeah.
Topaz?
All right. Well,
No.
thank you, Mandy. We appreciate it. Take care. All right.
Listen to you every day. Love you.
Thank you. We love you too. Wow.
Was the Topaz like the Tempo?
No, it was like the Taurus. It was the Mercury. It was the Mercury version of the. Wait.
The Sable was the Taurus.
Mercury Sable was the Taurus.
I think the Topaz was the Tempo.
Okay.
The Topaz.
All right. Well, anyhow,
Is that
thank you
your
for the calls.
grandma's car?
I know we got to take a break. Casey, Sean, and Jeff have been on hold for a really long time, over 20 minutes. So make sure we give them something. Okay. You guys hang on the line.
You know, we have passes for Knock at the Cabin. We'll hook them up.
Perfect. Movie passes for both Sean and for Jeff as well. And thank you to Tim. I wanted to go to him, but he still uses his parents' 1953 refrigerator.
Wow.
And it's now the beer fridge.
That's pretty amazing.
Which is perfect. All right. We are going to take a break. And listen, we got to give away some more of these. We have the block pool. It is the Presidency Block Pool presented by Duncan. A chance for you to win tickets to the NFC Championship game on Sunday with your Philadelphia Eagles. If you'd like to be one of the pool spots, if you'd like to be in one of the spots and potentially win those tickets, be one of the next 9 callers at 215-263-WMMR. And we'll put you in the block pool, which is taking place on Friday. We're going to play Madden, so we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll do more of those giveaways before we're done. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing a witness's testimony. You bring up something that I thought was really cool, and I think of it this the same way. For some reason, I perceive Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
Probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had
nice.
like the CDs, and I was like, "Oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve." So I just didn't know.
We were our own station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky-looking glasses.
Yes,
what are
they
those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow. So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would I had asked Steph who she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, well, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Sirius Black. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
out
right.
of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally, at the very end, they're like, oh, yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. Now we have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph. That's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. We will begin with the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round. Okay. Second round, the questions are worth 2 points, and the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question, and I haven't finished the question yet, I will stop, and you will have to answer based only on what I've said so far. If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question, and they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning. Gorgeous. It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have 2 Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person. She actually submitted to be in this contest because she loves Harry Potter so much. But when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for us instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Josines. Is that how you say her last name? Josines.
Yeah,
All
she's
right,
awesome.
So thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. I didn't get any one of these correct. All right, so but that's hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple question, and buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay, so then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right,
Wait,
here we
sorry.
go.
Did you say where their hands need to go?
They can hover.
Okay.
Hands can hover.
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to... All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. To which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was
Okay,
excellent.
yes.
All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gives Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the golden sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house? All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh my God.
And the total so far in round 1, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single, before I had a chance to finish every
They're
single
good.
question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round 2. Right now, Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Flashcard.
Steph was doing
I know
flashcards.
everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender Brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcards. I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes! These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that? Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next question.
Is there a deduction?
No.
No.
No, if you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes.
You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart? Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it!
Nice.
So that's 2 points.
Yes.
And that means it's
all tied up.
It's 3-3.
Yeah.
All right, third question from the medium round, round 2. What animals represent each of the houses? All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger, and Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man, they're so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round, round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct. Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, and each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As
Can
we
really
go for the quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And here, this is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right. We had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is points.
Those index cards paying off.
To finish it. Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got it.
That's incorrect.
Yeah.
No. Okay. All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas the rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas de Mimsey Porpington.
You guys were all around
It's that name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't read the full name.
It's so
British.
so many syllables, and
Yeah.
it's exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have here.
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
You're looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character from the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Right. 5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put a
might as
guess
well.
in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner.
Kathy, thank you, Kathy. By the way, Casey brought in these pictures to me, just handed them to me. These are Polaroid photos of me and Steve and Marilyn Russell and Scott Rowland in his inaugural year with the Phillies.
Wow.
He was just, he's going into the Hall of Fame. It was just announced yesterday.
So that would have been 97?
No, it wasn't his inaugural year. That was probably 98 or 99.
This was probably, this was definitely 98 or 9. I think it's 99.
Was that our inaugural year with the Phils? Ours?
Ours, yes. But and the Fanatics in this too. It's a great picture.
Oh wow!
Of us back when in the early days of Camp Out for Hunger. Yeah, I think that was maybe the second year we did Camp Out for Hunger. That's pretty crazy.
Think of how far we have come.
And Scott, who's in the Hall of Fame.
And we're not in the Baseball Hall of Fame, but
Not in the Baseball Hall
I mean,
of
we're up for consideration.
You know what? I do want to double back something we talked about at the top of that last break. We had mentioned we're giving away Eagles tickets.
Yes.
For Sunday, and we're doing it with a block pool. So Casey came up with this idea. We're going to have 100 blocks in this block pool, and you say, well, how do you do that? Because usually at the end of a game, when you give away prizes for the block pool. But we're going to have a game of Madden taking place, and it's going to be the Eagles versus the Niners. Now, it's not going to in any way predict what's going to happen.
No.
But we're going to do that face-off, and we're going to have Brent Selleck's going to be one of the competitors. We're working on a couple other people to face off against him. And at the end of it, the final score is going to dictate who wins the tickets to the game on Sunday. And we will do calls to get people on board for this, not only us on the morning show, but throughout the program, throughout the programming day on MMR. And you can also text in the word Dunkin', as in Dunkin' Donuts.
Right, yeah.
DUNKIN. And we'll send you a link, and you can go online as well. And when you go to the link, it takes you to the website. And on that link is a picture of Jason Fayon.
Yes.
Who has become, and what's the name of the group?
The Zubaz Brothers.
The Zubaz Brothers. And just Eagles super fans. And Jason's on the phone right now. So, hey, man. How you doing, bud?
Great. How you guys doing?
Good. How about all this attention you've been getting this season?
Well, it's been fun. Just the season itself it's been such a great ride. I mean, a lot like 17 was. It's the parking lots have been rowdy, the games have been great. We just have something really special, obviously, going on, and if all goes well on Sunday, it could be really special.
When and why did you and your buddy start doing this?
I don't know. Well, at one point, the whole throwback thing started to become popular.
Yeah.
And so we thought, all right, we'll do throwbacks, but let's go to the throwback that was so hideous. Nobody remembers.
Yeah. And who's your partner, by the way? Who is that guy?
His name's Glenn Henderson. Nick went to college with him at Bucknell. Go Bison.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Glenn's a great guy, and you guys have been friends, lifelong friends, I guess, at this point. And I've seen you guys, Jason, at the games over the years. So I probably saw you there at least a decade ago. So you've been doing this for a long time. But yeah, it's finally like a sort of people are paying attention this season, and maybe they just kind of looked at you guys and laughed in seasons past.
I don't know why. I mean, like there are a lot of great super fans, but we've found some of the just craziest old throwback Zubaz stuff, and we're just having fun. I guess the attention's great. But
no, it looks great. I mean, I would stop and look and see you guys together. Yeah.
Hey, Jay, I saw this video that Kyle Pagan from Crossing Broad put up a few days ago. And he was going through the parking lot on Saturday, and one guy was doing a split in the parking lot, and it looked like one of you guys. Is that your buddy?
Yeah.
Glenn? Yeah, it is you. It's Glenn.
It's Glenn.
Glenn can do a split?
Oh, yeah. He's got skills, man. He's got good form. He can do a high kick, too, that looks like he's a punter.
That, honestly, that would have been the highlight of the video had it not been for the Giants fan who purposely peed his own pants at the end of the video.
Are you guys prepared to do that?
Yeah.
Be yourself. Yeah.
You got to draw the line somewhere, man.
Yeah, no, I can't do a split though. No, I can't do it.
Well, that's awesome, man. That's funny. Well, that was the main question. Casey wanted to know who was doing the splits, and it turns out it's your buddy that does
Yeah.
that. Wow. What kind of acrobatic trick do you do?
Well, I can raise a beer can to my mouth.
Oh, that's talent.
Right. Nothing flashy, but definitely fits the bill.
What time do you get to the game usually?
Most of the time, right when the parking lot's open.
Okay.
If you go to the tailgate, you gotta get there and let it breathe a little bit.
And where is your tailgate? What lot are you guys in?
We're in the Jetro. We're always right by the M6 flag.
Okay.
All right.
That's cool, man. It's funny because I don't even know if this happens because I really don't, get down there for the games. But are people ever offered? Or does anybody from the Eagles organization ever come down? I mean, if you're becoming a quasi celebrity in the parking lot, are you ever approached, or does anyone ever reach out to you from the Eagles organization?
No. Never.
Yeah.
No, but there's no better time than the present.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They got enough.
Available.
They got enough meatheads out there.
I know. It's not like they're hurting for attention.
I've seen Jeffrey Lurie out in the parking lot though. Like he'll cruise around and like high five fans and stuff. So even the owners out there from time to time.
What?
Yeah, they'll show him on highlights. Yeah, for sure.
How's he passing you by?
Yeah, Jeff. If you're listening, Mr. Lurie.
And you know he's listening.
Come over to the M6 flag, please. I'm trying.
Somebody takes him out there for like a minute. They're like, quick, get a picture. All right, now take him back in.
Get him back inside now.
We used to do Jetro, but it's believe me, the tailgate itself, that lot is awesome, but getting out of there after the game is hellacious.
It's bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
What time are you usually? Let's say game wraps up. I don't know.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. What time are you usually out of there by?
5.
5:30.
Bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking
when
6.
it takes you an hour and a half to get out of the parking lot.
You just got to. At that point, I'd hang out,
Just hang out.
wait it out,
do.
and just wait till everybody's gone.
Yeah.
Pull out.
It sucks, but and if they lose, it's just horrific. But if they win, it's whatever.
It's glorious.
not bad.
Yeah. And then you have some time to iron your Zubaz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Jason. Go Birds, and we'll talk to you soon, buddy. Okay.
Let's go, Birds.
All right, there he goes. All right, thanks, man. Jason Fayon.
They got a thing.
Yeah, it's been working. They were in the Philly Mag.
Philly Mag, yeah.
And
Jen Fred.
Jen Fred interviewed him the other day, so there you go. They're starting to take off. Wow. All right, well, I did have something completely different I wanted to talk about real quickly, and it has to do with vacationing, which I don't know if you'd be planning vacations right now or not. Planning your summer vacation. But I was quite surprised to see this, and I have a couple of articles that have to do with travel destinations, but what made me think of this is actually Chuck was just in here and talking to Nick about camping, I think.
Sort of. Yeah, we're talking about the Gorge, which is where I went for the Dave Matthews Show last year.
Well, I saw this article last week, and the title is America's Best Campground. Top 5 bucket list sites most beloved by camping experts. And a lot of times I'll let articles like this come and go.
Right.
But number 1, I'm scratching my head on here. It's in our area, and I would never have. I was talking to Nick about this the other day, and so let me mention a couple other things that are on here, like Big Sur is on here, and I love Freckles.
Yeah.
Acadia National Park is on here.
Yeah.
Okay, but number 1 on this list, the campground at Assateague State Park. That's in Delaware, gang.
Yeah, that's where the wild horses
That's
are.
where the wild
I think
horses run.
I think it's Virginia.
Oh, is it Virginia?
Yeah, so the Delmarva Peninsula, which is Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia, but I think it's at the ass end of that, the far southern end.
And what's the one I'm thinking of?
Chincoteague?
Chincoteague. Are they close to each other?
They're right next to each other, yeah.
Okay, well, so it's still right in our area. And I have some friends that go to the Chincoteague every year.
But how does that beat Acadia? How does that beat Big Sur?
And the thing I've heard about Assateague and Chincoteague is that you better bring your bug spray because apparently the horse flies and the greenheads are the worst around there.
Oh, count me out.
And so if you go camping there, well,
Preston said camping, and I was like, I'm out.
but apparently the bugs are really bad.
Well, number 2 on this list is Haleakala National Park. That's in Maui. That's in Hawaii, man. I mean, how is Assateague better?
So
I don't know.
They don't give any explanation.
Well, yeah, I'll read it. It says, Time Out recommends that you take time to visit this state park. The island has it all. Beach camping, swimming, surfing, crabbing, kayaking, and tons of wild horses just roaming the grounds. With 37 miles of shoreline, there's plenty of beachfront campgrounds to go around. Just note that Assateague Island has both a state park and a national park. And if you want a warm shower, then camp at the state park campground. And don't forget to lock up your food if you don't want the horses to ransack your tent. They said the island offers beach camping, swimming, sunbathing, surfing, paddleboarding, crabbing, bird watching, fishing, hunting, biking.
That's you, Kathy.
And ocean kayaking, and there should be plenty to keep you busy. The Outbound writes, Pure Wow advises campers to bring along firewood and anything they need for potentially bad weather. It's incredibly scenic, with camps on both the bay side of the island and overlooking the ocean.
It actually is in, I just looked it up, it's in both states. So it's the southern third of it is in Virginia, and then the top 2/3, northern 2/3 are Maryland.
I was very dismissive. What makes this so special? But now that I know that you can get really ripped up by horseflies, I'm like, come on.
Well, so listen, this summer I'm going to be, I'll be camping, and it is going to be in a situation where I will hopefully, and in the past when I did this, I'll be sleeping under the stars. I will have a tent if I need it, if it's raining or whatever, but chances are it won't be.
Any names where you'd know?
It's in the Grand Canyon.
Oh, no, I thought it was stars, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, Dolly Parton's going to be there, and Matthew McConaughey. Yeah.
By the way, Chincoteague is in Virginia.
Yeah.
I thought that was Delaware.
I had a girlfriend who said that she puts the ass in Assateague, so that's how I do it.
All right, there you go.
But I will sleep under the stars because the bug situation is not, I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry
It's not
about
as bad in the Southwest either.
It's not bad. So, Steve, first, I know you have zero interest in camping, and Kathy, you as well. But
I love hiking.
That is correct.
Something like that, where I can tell you from experience. There's aside from they're not having any showers, but you can bathe in the Colorado River.
It's awesome.
Yeah, that sounds great.
It is great.
Does the river have a shower head?
When I did it, however many years ago, nobody smelled bad. We were there for we were all together for 8 days.
You were food deprived and delirious.
We were not food deprived. Dude, we ate so well.
It smelled really good.
Literally, the last night we had big old steak dinners from
So I was just talking with Chuck off air about this camping experience that I had last summer, and I use camping in the loosest sense of the word because it was luxury glamping. It was at the Gorge, which is outside of Seattle in Washington State, and it's Dave Matthews Band does this thing called Labor Dave Weekend every year. And I went last year with an open mind about it, and it was one of the best, most transformative experiences of my life. It was 3 days. Steve, you would have checked out 30 seconds in, but man, I loved every second of it.
But it was luxury because of what you were in. It's not luxury for everyone who goes,
That's
right?
correct. A lot of people that go are in, either tent camps or not nice RVs, and we were in a very nice RV. But I'm curious, and I want to say this on air, if I organized a trip with MMR listeners, if we could find a way to make a Casey's road trip version of Nick McElwain and Dave Matthews Band in the Gorge Labor Day weekend this year. Yeah. And I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think it'd be a really cool experience, and that would be camping, but barely camping.
Huh.
I think it'd be a great time. The Gorge is it's unbelievable. It's this beautiful outdoor amphitheater with this backdrop of the Columbia River behind it. It's unbelievably beautiful.
You said it was transformative to you?
It really was.
Like in a spiritual kind of one with the universe thing?
It's a hard thing to explain, and I know that sometimes this room and this area, people can be really cynical about it kind of stuff, and I was too. But everybody was like-minded. There was such a great positive vibe, and all of that was backed by the fact that you're in this gorgeous place with a band that everybody's there to see. And so that, for me, was just, I want to do it every year for the rest of my life.
I love going out. I love hiking. I love seeing the scenery. I love getting out into the wilderness. That I certainly love. Unless I come across out in the wilderness one of those wild TVs at night.
One thing I do find tough about camping is getting a good night's sleep. That's
sleep number.
That's the way
I look at a tent or an RV or anything besides my bed and think I'm not going to be able to walk tomorrow morning if I sleep on that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's only part of it. Showering, bathroom, all
there's
that.
a whole
There's a whole other.
list.
But even when we do the camp out and you guys sleep in the RV, I'm like, I don't know how their backs are not broken at this point.
Listen, the problem is you come from a sleep number bed. So, but I mean, some of the beds and some of the RVs, some of the like the one you were at, Nick, it was Dolly Parton's old.
I mean, we were. It was really luxury.
Yeah.
It was a tour bus, so we weren't exactly camping. But there is a luxury resort there. It's called Sage Cliff. And so it sells out every year. It's
usually
beautiful.
the band uses it.
I might do it, and I will sleep in Conway Twitty's Topaz.
Yeah.
Wow.
Usually the way it works is the band and the crew will take up a majority, if not all, of those rooms at that resort. At the resort. When I was doing on the Colorado River, we made the mistake of the first night sleeping next to the canyon wall.
Yeah.
And we didn't realize that the canyon wall absorbed all the heat from the sun all day long and then radiated.
Oh, God.
And does the snakes go in there?
No, I didn't have any problems with snakes, but I was dying. I didn't realize what was going on.
You're sitting next to a heater. Wow. The other, let me mention the other campground. So Assateague is number one on this list, according to experts. And number two is Kipa'ahulu Campground at Haleakala National Park. It's on Maui. It's a dormant volcano. I've been there. It's unbelievable.
Gorgeous, huh?
Number three is Mather Campground at Grand Canyon National Park. Assateague beats out the Grand Canyon. Pretty wild. And there's some reputable sources this comes from. Fourth is Kirk Creek Campground at Big Sur. Big Sur is unbelievably beautiful. And then the last one
Gorgeous.
is Blackwoods Campground at Acadia National Park, Maine, which is stunning as well. So I did not know we had this little resource so close to us.
Within driving distance.
That you could go and have a little slice of heaven as far as camping goes. Now, if you want to go a different direction, the most popular destination in the world for a second year running by TripAdvisor Traveler's Choice Award destinations is Dubai.
Dubai, man. So many people
more Kathy speed.
mentioning Dubai as a destination.
Jace just said to me last night, he goes, because now he's watching all these YouTube videos and he's like, do you see this? You see what they have in Dubai? It was like an underwater Target, basically, is what it was. And you put scuba gear on and you had a shopping cart and you could go underwater and shop. I don't know if it was real or not. But he's like, can we go to Dubai? I said, you know that Aunt Kat's brother lives there and he invites us over all the time. He goes, I'm game. Let's go. Let's book it.
I'm game. Let's go.
So like, take Dubai for an example, and having not been there, I'm curious if it's like going to New York. In that, every time I go to New York, there's too much going on. There's entirely too much. Like I don't think I've had okay times in New York and gone to see a show and it's been
what
really
you
neat,
like.
but there's so much there that I'm like overwhelmed by like there's too much.
I
going
don't
on
think
here.
so. I don't think it's like that.
Okay.
No. There's all sorts of weird stuff. I think I might be more inclined to go to Abu Dhabi, Preston.
Why?
Over Dubai?
What about the people in Abu Dhabi?
The people in Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but the Abu Dhabi do.
Oh, okay. My daughter hates me telling that all the time.
Really?
I love that one.
No, they have cool things like in Dubai, not Abu Dhabi. They have this. I think it's the deepest diving facility pool in the world.
Is that in Dubai?
I think that's in Dubai.
I remember seeing that. I thought there was somewhere in in Scandinavia. That
It's like Vegas with oil money, right? Like there's just everything is brand new.
Yeah.
There are cities and there are buildings that like it's just so expansive, and all of this oil money dumped into these places. They're just like, let's make the largest diving pool in the world, and then we're also going to make all of these new islands, and we're going to make them look like every country in the world.
Yeah, indoor skiing.
It's insane.
It's improbable, but it's there.
Yeah.
I do. I at some point, and it's not Dubai, but I want to go to Spain. And from what I hear, when you go to Spain, you should try and say like mucho as much as possible because it really means a lot to them.
I like that. That's a good one.
I knew it was coming, and I still love it. I smelled it from like a mile away.
I didn't see it.
It was terrific.
I did not see that coming. Okay. It means a lot to them. Because it literally means a lot, doesn't it? Yeah. So the winners for the 2023 awards for TripAdvisor were identified based on the quality and quantity
of gum,
of reviews and gum, and ratings specific to several award subcategories from travelers on TripAdvisor for accommodations, restaurants, and things to do, and destinations worldwide. That was over the last year they did this. So London retains its crown as the European number one.
The most British destination.
But it has slipped to third place in the global ranking, tailing behind second place Bali, Indonesia. While the rest of the global top five, here I can run down the list. So here are the top destinations in the world. So you have Dubai, number one. Bali is second. London was third, which we had a chance to all be in London together. I fell in love with London.
London's awesome. I've been a couple times.
Rome is fourth. Paris is fifth, followed by Cancun, Crete, Marrakesh.
Anyone who's not considering Egypt is in denial.
I don't know geography jokes. Kathy, did you go to Morocco?
No, my nanny when Jason was little was that's where she was from. She was Moroccan.
I thought you went there on your honeymoon.
No, Tunisia.
Oh, right.
Wouldn't want to be.
You know, who doesn't go to Tunisia?
Well, you were visiting the site of the original Star Wars.
They shot a New Hope there.
That's not what I was
I want to go to
doing.
Morocco. I want to go to Marrakesh. Fez is in Morocco. I'd like to go to Casablanca.
The rest of that 70 show cast.
Yeah. Ashton Kutcher.
Number 9, but I'll give you the top 10 here. Number 9 is Dominican Republic. And then 10th is Istanbul.
Wait, are we still talking about camping? What's happening?
No.
What's this list again?
We're still talking about old tech that we use?
These are the favorite destinations by
For vacation.
TripAdvisor. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
I was still thinking camping, and I'm like, wait a minute, these can't be campsites.
You know, London.
Paris.
Camping in Piccadilly Circus.
You're going to have to move that tent along.
Yeah.
I forgot.
All right, so flying to Dubai is about $1,000.
That's it?
The cheapest. That's one way.
Okay.
So, you know.
I was
And
looking
then
at
you have to come back.
I was looking at European flights this summer, and they are not cheap.
No, they're like everything is so ridiculous.
Yeah, I was thinking about possibly a France vacation, and I love the country, and I'd love to take Andrea there, my girlfriend. She's never spent a lot of time there, but flights from Philly to Paris are really expensive. And then I was like, well, maybe I'll try Newark or JFK or whatever. They're not much.
That's not as good as Paris.
No, not for vacation.
You do not want to go to Newark.
Your second option is Newark?
Man, that airport sucks too. Is there anything good about Newark?
No.
I didn't think.
The airport apparently is way better than like JFK.
It's
No,
Yeah.
why?
Well, I'll tell you what,
It's awful.
there are some locations that you can only like fly out of Newark.
Yeah.
So you know.
Well, and why are there's like, I guess because it's a bigger hub, but more direct flights out of there.
It's also geographically friendly to Manhattan, and people will
Sure.
It's not like they don't have other major airports there.
By the way, the only American destination on this list was number 23, and that was New York City.
I don't like camping in New York City.
In
Central Park.
You could go to Central Park.
Yeah.
Or Battery Park is a lovely
Or just
view.
any street right now.
In Europe, the top destinations are London at number 1, followed by Rome, Paris, Crete, Istanbul. Barcelona was number 6. You've been to Barcelona, right?
I've been to Barcelona. I always wanted to go to Istanbul. I met someone who said it was like amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was.
What do I
kind
hear
of-
about Beirut? Beirut
The
is
Paris of the Middle East.
Then you have Madrid at 7, followed by Florence, Italy.
Don't they say Newark is the Paris of the United States?
Yeah.
I think they do. Lisbon is 9th, and then Edinburgh, Scotland, 10. I think I'm going to go to Scotland next year
Oh,
You should.
as a golf trip.
to play the
Play St. Andrews,
St.
but also
Andrews.
there's a golf course that I desperately want to play called Crail Golfing Society, and it's only like 30 minutes from St. Andrews. But it's there's a guy that I follow called Rick Shields on YouTube, and he had this. He played this round of golf, and it's just one of the most beautiful golf courses I've ever seen. I want to play there.
I love Scotland, and if you that whole area, we had a great vacation there. We did the whole thing, Edinburgh, Kathy, and
It
Loch
was-
Ness, and
yeah,
then
great.
Braveheart and all that history. It's phenomenal.
Yep, definitely want to do that. So if you're planning
Your summer vacation.
TripAdvisor's Traveler's Choice Awards are out for the destinations. And the camping experts say the campground at Assateague State Park,
Doodah.
is the one that is that they consider the best amongst other really high-profile locations. Pretty well. All right, we're going to take a break. How many of these can I give away?
This is all we really have left for today.
I thought we were giving away like 60 today.
Well, no, it's going to be 30 today and 30 tomorrow.
Okay. These are the final block pool that I'm going to give away right now for the tickets that we have for Sunday's Eagles game, courtesy of our friends at Duncan. So we'll take callers 10, 11, and 12 at 215-263-WMMR. You'll get a block. On Friday, we played Madden. Oh, Jesus.
A block?
Yeah. We play Madden on Friday. The final score dictates which block wins, and your name might be on it. So call right now, 215-263-WMMR. If you don't get through on the phone lines, you can either go to WMMR.com or even easier, text the word Duncan, DUNKIN, to 39333, and we'll send you the link, and you can get signed up that away. And listen to the rest of the day, because the rest of the gang here on MMR is going to have your chance to get on board for a block pool. So we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Don't forget secret text word coming up as well. So text word secret to 39333 while you're in the texting mood. We'll get to the bizarre file when we return.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
So evenly matched.
Oh, my
Wait, what was it? Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just for fun, we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed the first 2 movies. David Yates directed the last 4. Who directed 3 and 4? All right.
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were 2 people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso Cuarón and Mike Newell.
Okay.
All right, and then one last one. Let's see. What'll be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry
And what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" And apparently, an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as a state or source of bitterness or grief. Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the lore, but that was like
Oh my God.
insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic.
Every time I reread, I find something that I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like, it's a connection.
Well, you guys, I mean, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow upon you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
when
don't
she
want that to
first
fall.
grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it?
Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the. If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Franklin Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter the exhibition coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent. And thank you to Eva Josines for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful. And now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice. Excellent. Great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. We will return shortly.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
A youngster inadvertently earned his parents a citation when he told a Michigan DNR officer that there were no life jackets.
I'm from Michigan, and we have not enough life jackets.
One last story. Netflix reports that the company's 183 million subscribers are watching more international fare during the coronavirus lockdown. CEO Reed Hastings said that La Casa de Papel, which is also known as the Monkey Heist, has managed to garner 65 million eyeballs.
Would you want to watch the Monkey Heist?
And that Germany's...
Look at that monkey took a banana.
Isn't it the Money Heist?
Money Heist.
Where did you get the monkey from? Perhaps the monkey is stealing the money.
I told you to take the money, not the monkey! What am I going to do with all these monkeys?
The monkey has eaten the money. I told you not to put the bananas in the same bag with the money. Shut up.
Oh my God, Preston, I'm sorry.
I'm such an idiot.
Falcon has flown. We've got the monkeys. Come again? We've got the monkeys. Right here on this paper, it says Monkey Heist.
La Casa de Papel means money heist. Money.
I would like to watch the Monkey Heist.
Oh, well, who wouldn't?
Oh, God.
And also Germany's Unorthodox, I think I got that one right.
Yeah.
And Italy's Summertime are doing well on Netflix.
God damn it, what are we going to do with all these monkeys?
Internationals.
I don't know how we ended up down this path, but that kid does that in that scene in the gym, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right, so onions, unions, poop on the floor.
If we do the backtrack, we'll find out where we went.
Shouldn't we do that to jump rope, Casey? Onions, union, poop on the floor. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Right, Kat?
I'm not taking part.
No,
Come on, Kathy. Come on, jump in, Kathy. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor. No?
No, I'm mad at you. I can't believe you're
You
part
met?
of
What?
this.
No, that's a good chant. Beat a spat of 4.
My mama said that you want more.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor.
We're double dutching now.
Come on, man.
Can you double Dutch, Kat?
I can't. I've
Me
always
neither.
wanted to learn. And
Okay.
I can't.
Could
Were
we
you
try
too
that in the
afraid-
studio? Because I can't do it.
Were you too afraid to jump in the middle?
I couldn't time it
I just-
outright.
yeah, I can't time it. I can jump rope. I'm an amazing
done
jump
it.
roper.
Can you do it?
You can
Maybe.
double the Dutch.
Will ze be the Bilzel, but zubbles is that? Yes, I can double dutch.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know.
You don't remember that song?
No.
Ilzy, Wilzy, Bilzel, double Dutch.
No.
It's double Dutch.
Oh, my gosh.
The double Dutch bus. You guys don't remember that?
I do remember it,
Of
yeah.
course.
You
No.
remember that?
No.
That's the story that you remember on the air the other day, and I was about to crack the mic, and I come on out of the song, and I go, Casey, don't ever say something to that like that to me right before I turn the microphone
That was
on.
it?
Imagine
That was what he was telling me.
You travel that way, but it's good to know. It's good to,
Yes.
you come prepared.
It's
You don't go
outstanding.
camping without a shovel.
That's hilarious. Good for him. All right.
I know somebody who has to get those sheets too.
Really?
Yeah.
Rubber sheets?
Yeah. It's like a sex mat.
Wow. You? Okay.
I know. Why? Why? It's just that
Why would your mom share something like that?
Not cool.
not
Listen, we
cool,
bring up her
dude.
dad all the time. It's fair game.
No, yeah, and she has to buy a sex mat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Some of those videos might be real. The woman was reportedly uninjured and escaped without a scratch. No further information about the couple charged by the bison was immediately available, but it's funny because she hits and boom, she stays still.
Wow.
And they leave her alone.
There have been a number of stories recently about people getting far too close to these bison.
Yeah, they get gored.
They're getting gored.
He charges her, and then as soon as she falls and plays dead, he just kind of sniffs her and like runs away.
Yep.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Christ. Yeah, I got a word for you. It's called douche.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, there's some nasty smelling stuff out on the plains there, but
Yeah.
come on.
I live in the wild and nothing I've ever smelled smells like your crotch.
Jimmy rides a motorcycle, and he's got something to say about as far as getting used to driving. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up?
Hey, yo, bud. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what threw me off real quick is I've been driving bikes for 25.
He just crashed.
He just crashed
Oh my
his
God.
motorcycle. Jimmy? He might have.
We lost him. Jimmy, we appreciated you listening.
His final words were, I've been driving.
Never had an accident, not even one time.
Hey, I didn't know Exxon had fuel trucks in it. I'm sorry, I just got to turn into the mobile station.
Terrible.
God, I hope he's actually okay.
Our next guest wrestles with the WWE, and he is from the area, and we were surprised to find out that he grew up listening to our show. We're stoked to welcome Mr. Drew Gulak to the program.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'm wonderful. This is really surreal. I did grow up listening to the show. I listened back when it was Preston, Maryland. And
All the way back. Y100, yeah.
Yeah.
I joined, it was Preston and Maryland, then Preston, Maryland, and
that's right.
Steve. Then
For just like a few weeks, and then
Right, yeah.
Preston, Maryland, Steve, and then Maryland went on her own. She bailed from the show, which we're still buddies with her to this day, and then it became the Preston and Steve show.
Well, there's a step in between where it was the McNeil Lair report, right between that and when Maryland left, and then we became our show.
Yeah.
We don't know why we did that. It was very stupid.
So it's pretty wild.
the way we found out about you is you had commented on a post I had on Instagram, and I saw the little blue check by your name, and I'm like, what's this all about? And, and then we find out a little bit more that you grew up in the area. I was just so blown away to see you comment on my edible cheese board that I made.
It was a beautiful edible cheese board, and I saw there might be another one.
I made one last night, and I brought it in.
I'm so sorry.
We're gonna sample
I'm
it.
so
a little
sorry
bit.
you made
No,
one
I need it. I'm working on it.
You picked a good one to dive in on though, because
Okay.
we had the conversation, and we do the thing called the connoisseur, and Preston brought up this thing, and everybody's going, man, that sounds awesome. And then he posted the picture, like almost that night he took a crack at it, and everyone's going, man, that's awesome. So you dove in at the right point. If you're ever going to make a comment, the baked charcuterie board was the time to do it.
That's the ticket in.
That was it.
And this is only the second one I've made, so I do need to work on it a bit. So I don't feel bad at all that I had to make another one.
No,
So
I'm already impressed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So where did you grow up in the area?
So to the age of 10, I lived in Montgomeryville.
Okay.
And then I moved to Fox Chase in Northeast Philly. And then was there through high school, went to Drexel for 2 years.
Was it Northeast High that you went to?
Yeah, Northeast High School.
Right.
You know, most,
Where were you
popular high school in the city.
Where were you studying at
That's
Drexel?
164. At Drexel, I actually went to be an architectural engineer.
Okay, yeah, that's the school to go to.
That lasted 1 quarter because I did quarters there.
Yeah, dude.
Was it just too hard? Or
It's hard.
It wasn't so much it was hard. I just wasn't interested in like all the math.
Okay.
Do you know what the great part of architecture is? Building the little tiny replicas of what you're going to build. To me, that was it. That was always so
I'd
cool.
still be doing it.
Yeah.
Drew, when my very brief college moment, I took astronomy. I'm like, yeah, I've always loved the stars.
Yeah.
This would be really cool. It'll be really interesting. My God, was it hard?
It's physics.
It was all physics and math, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, that's
so
what
I
it was
had to bail
like.
on that. No
That's exactly
kidding.
what it was like. I switched into film for a little bit, and just decided I wanted to focus on wrestling, which is I've been doing that since high school.
So were you football or anything in school?
Wrestling team.
Just a wrestling team.
Just the wrestling team.
So you do have a classical wrestling.
Yeah, an amateur
background.
wrestling
Yeah.
background.
How did you do in high school? How were you?
I did okay.
Okay.
So city kids have it tougher. Like if you grew up in the suburbs, you're probably doing wrestling from a very young age, and you're doing it a lot.
Yep.
And for me, it was like I met my biology teacher. He happened to be the wrestling coach, and he was like, "Hey, come try out for the team." And like I made the team, and the practices were grueling and stuff. And I did pretty well. I think I made varsity senior year. It was captain senior year. Varsity maybe sophomore year, junior year. Yeah. So I did okay, but it wasn't like my one focus too.
Right.
Like while I was doing that second year of amateur wrestling, I started training professional wrestling, which was, I don't know, thinking back, I love talking about it because I would go from high school and then I would go to high school wrestling practice, and then I would get in a car, drive 45 minutes to Deptford at the time, and do professional wrestling practice till like 10:30 at night.
Wow.
Then I get home and I got to wake up the next morning. I remember
that's commitment.
Man, yeah, it was grueling then, but like I loved pro wrestling so much, and like, nothing was gonna stop me.
So going from the amateur to pro, obviously, you got to work on the moves. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be proficient in the ring. But you also have to, is a part of that, being physically large. I mean, making sure that the muscles are big and impressive, because that's part of it. Looking at those guys, looking at you guys, you have to go, wow, man.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other thing outside of just the technique of wrestling. It's also, you got to look really good too.
It's true. It's true. And like when I started, I didn't even think about physique. I didn't think about strength training. I had a wonderful strength training teacher in high school, so thankfully I had that. I had the amateur background, so I was in shape. I wasn't huge.
Right.
I was maybe 180 pounds when I started.
We talked about this.
WMMR.
Case, you wanted to mention something?
Yeah, it's a shout out. Well, it's not really a shout out as much as it is a happy birthday to you. No. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston.
Happy birthday to
You guys.
This is from our friends at Acme, local flavor.
Wow.
Man, they did up a
First
nice
flavors.
cake.
Yeah.
So it's just beautifully, it looks pretty heavy, Marissa. You got it? Marissa's holding this.
Sweating over there.
This beautiful cake, and it says, "Happy birthday, Preston." Oh, should I blow out the 55 candles on it?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
That's a hell of a looking cake. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, thank you.
Yay.
You did not need to do that, but I appreciate that.
Actually, our friends from Acme wanted to do that for you.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Let everyone see the cake, Michael.
Yeah. Smaller piece. All right. Thank you, guys. Well, that was wonderful. I don't know where to go now.
Well, you can do the bizarre file.
All right, we
and while
can
you
do-
do that, I'll eat some cake.
We can.
I'll do my part over here.
Okay.
Everyone chips in.
Yeah.
Make sure you say mucho.
Yes.
A lot.
Yeah, I
'cause
want
that
to
means
well,
a lot to
especially in
me.
Spain.
Don't
Right.
be
Was
in
that it?
denial.
Mucho?
Especially in Spain.
Yeah.
You want to say mucho as much as you can because it really means a lot.
It means a lot to them.
The listener sent in a good bad joke, which was when we were talking about camping. They went camping in London one time, and it was really intense.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Now it's time for the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, the Bizarre File brought to you by Creekside Cabaret, and they were Amateur of the Year. It's tonight for 2022. In fact, we'll do some giveaways in just a moment. Make sure you stay close. Last year's 12 Amateur of the Month winners compete for the title. CreeksideCabaret.com. Nick will be there tonight from 6 to 8 for the pre-party, and then Sarah Parker afterwards for the event. So join them. All right, so let's see here. Not birthdays. What the hell am I talking about?
It's your birthday.
It's my birthday. We'll go with this. Doctors amputated the testicle of a young man who got clubbed in the groin by a police officer during protest in Paris. The incident happened during a spurt of violence at a mostly peaceful march on Thursday, which saw tens of thousands of people taken to the streets to oppose controversial government pension reform plan. And the victim, a 26-year-old engineer, said that he was knocked to the ground by an officer while taking photos during clashes between demonstrators and police. Another riot cop charged at him, swiftly cracking down his baton into the man's groin.
My ball!
The injured man, Ivan, said that he told the newspaper he was suing so that this stops because I'm not the first person to be subjected to violence by police. According to a lawyer representing him, he said the lawsuit for voluntary violence by a person in authority leading to mutilation is already in progress.
So you can't beat someone's nut off.
I don't think you can beat someone's nut off. Is that carrot cake?
It is.
Oh,
That's
my
amazing.
Are you kidding?
God. Okay.
That's why it weighs 1,000 pounds.
Wow.
Casey, did you have the first piece?
No, I gave the first piece to Preston.
He did. I saw. I witnessed.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a corner piece with most of the icing.
He's eating the first piece.
I'm eating the second piece.
Okay. A group of social... He just can't help himself.
It's carrot cake.
A group of social media influencers who lived in a Hollywood Hills home known as the Hype House allegedly left significant damage to the home, and the owner is now asking for some big bucks in return.
I think this was this a reality show?
It's on YouTube.
Yeah, okay.
A group of influencers rent big, expensive homes, live together, and create videos. A group
Hype!
rented out the massive 10-bedroom, 16-bathroom home.
Holy hell.
In the Hollywood Hills for $50,000 a month.
Oh, my God.
Their former landlord, Daniel Fitzgerald, claims the group left some serious damage during their stay. The group caused $600,000 in damage, he said.
That's insane.
A total of 8 influencers rented the home, including Cole Little Huddy Hudson, Mia Hayward, Calvin Goldby, and Patrick Houston. But Fitzgerald says that the co-founder, Thomas Petru, was the leader of the pack. In a lawsuit, the landlord claims the group damaged expensive tiles with skateboards, damaged the jacuzzi, and left extensive water and roof damage as well. He said they actually put these damages on YouTube. It says in their lease, no fireworks allowed, no pyrotechnics in the house.
The Hype House.
But I guess they violated that. He says the former tenants agreed to pay him $10,000 a month over the next 40 months for the damage and for moving out of the house 5 months early. However, since they left in January of 2021, he's only been paid $2,500 a month.
Aren't these are influencers? They got some money, these people.
Yep.
Yeah.
The group's former, well, maybe we're led to believe they have money.
That's true. That's a good point.
The group's former landlord says that despite the lawsuit, he still likes social media influencers.
Well, he's a moron.
He said they're nice people. We just want Thomas to pay the bill. Thomas is the boss, and he has the money. Or if you get the other people to pay, that'll be fine too, he says. Follow-up story from yesterday. The Rhode Island Department of Health, at the request of a young detective who found half-eaten cookies and carrots on Christmas, was unable to conclude if the cookie contained Santa's DNA.
So it still remains up in the air.
However, the department tweeted that something magical may be at play. While they found no complete matches, they said there was a partial match to a 1947 case around 34th Street in New York City.
Uh-oh.
And that the carrots did test positive for the presence of reindeer. So,
did they say that the DNA was the same DNA found on the body of the Black Dahlia murder case?
I think that it was a similar, yes, there are connections here for sure. Police suspect foul play after a hiker found a human skull at South Mountain Park and Preserve in Phoenix last weekend.
Do skulls not routinely hike that area?
The grisly discovery was made Saturday. The remains had signs of trauma, prompting a homicide investigation. Detectives are following leads and working with the medical examiner's office to identify the victim. Earlier this month, an off-roader found a human skull and other bones in Buckeye, and those remains, which are also unidentified, were sent to the medical examiner's office. Wow. All right, it's a pretty messed up story, but just, man, it was this woman's time. A coroner has released the name of a 72-year-old woman who died after a Denny's sign fell on her car.
Oh, man.
I mean, like one of those big signs.
Just fell on the car.
The sign for Denny's fell on top of the car around 1:30 on a windy Thursday afternoon. Police said that 3 people in the vehicle, 2 women and a man, had to be extricated and were taken to the hospital. The 72-year-old, now identified as Lillian Curtis, was taken to the hospital in critical condition, but she ultimately died. The other woman and man were taken to a hospital with seemingly non-life-threatening injuries.
Wouldn't happen at Applebee's.
At the time the sign fell, winds were gusting around 50 miles per hour in the area and the surrounding region. Police said that this was a factor in causing the sign to fall. Wow. That's it.
That was her ticket got punched when a Denny's sign kills you.
You are done. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we are going to take a break. We're going to come back, but we are going to give away our secret text word prize as we are taking breaks. So that means Kathy needs to give us a number. Caller, please.
10.
All right, 10th caller, 215-263 WMMR. These Sarah Silverman tickets are up for grabs. You need to know the secret text word. Why is this not my...
I think that's interesting.
Okay.
It's supposed to be the bed, but it's not.
All right.
So
I'm scared.
If you hit the button, it'll work now, I
Are
promise.
you scared? Okay, well, hang on a second. There we go. All right, so we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we will get to lesson, question, trash, music, news, that stuff. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
Become an MMR.
Who come in are the wrestlers, are the best entertainers, the best with the audience. That's why they can port so easily, a la Dwayne Johnson, into movies. Yeah. You know how to do it. So, a film career in your future, could be possible. Yeah. And so with that, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of training for being in the public eye and for doing that sort of work that's any better than the WWE in this world you're in right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I agree completely. Like, just the experiences I had, even on my journey to get to WWE and traveling around the world and learning how to make a career as an independent wrestler.
Right.
Very similar to like an independent musician has to find their bookings that they work, that they enjoy work.
Sure,
and,
yeah.
Can make them a profit or get them noticed and like merchandising and stuff like that. And then just meeting connections and growing. That experience alone, like, I feel like I can do anything. I can take on whatever I need to.
So when did you learn that portion of it? Because you go to high school and you're a good wrestler, right? And that's athletics. But then, did you go to drama club? Did you learn how to write a script? Because there are these storylines that, as just a guy who's competing in wrestling, that you're not worried about that. But then you get into the entertainment side of things, and it really changes the dynamic. So how did you and when did you learn that part of the business?
So I would say that the high school wrestling, if anything, it didn't really push me into the pro wrestling career. If anything, gave me a good foundation athletically to kind of not get hurt in training.
Right.
The performance side of everything and the creative side of everything, that kind of grew organically for me just over time, gradually, because I was independent. I didn't have somebody strictly coaching me on just, you need to do this here, you got to do this, at certain times. I had to kind of experiment and find that out on my own. Now, I did work for certain places that had very scripted out storylines and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's another thing I had in my wheelhouse, just based on that experience alone. It wasn't one strict thing. I'd say it took me about 6 years to start to get comfortable and learn all of that and how to put it all together, just for me. That was my story. But but just a very gradual experience learning the performance side of it.
What was mom and dad's reaction when going from architect
What
to
do you mean?
engineer? Yeah, right.
Oh, we had hoped you would put that architecture stuff aside.
That was not the conversation that we had.
There's no work in architecture.
No, it was interesting. Like my family, they knew that I was super passionate about it, but they didn't really get professional wrestling. They didn't understand it. So to do it on an independent level, that's real scary as a parent, seeing your kid just go and just mess around at these shows. You don't even know what's happening there. He could get hurt. He's not making money. I'm making maybe $50 to $200 at most. That's a really good payday on an independent level, for real. So like that's pretty scary as a parent.
Do you know what's funny though? If you were to go, and I wonder if you go to your parents and say, "I would like to become a Hollywood stuntman," or because essentially in this what they call sports entertainment, you know, it's there's just a nuanced difference between them, but still, just somehow we think. But that has look. They look at your success.
Did you see the movie The Wrestler?
We talk about it all the time. It's amazing.
So, I was very lucky to be there when they were filming it at the arena in South Philly. My poster's in the movie.
That's awesome.
Little tidbit. But one of the things I thought was so cool about when Aronofsky created that story is that he did it kind of in conjunction with Black Swan.
Yeah.
And he considered, originally they were the same movie, and then he turned the ballerina into a stripper, and that's where Marissa Tomei's character came from. So he made Black Swan separately. But when they designed that story, it was the merging of like what people consider a low-class art form and what people consider a high-class art form between wrestling and ballet.
That's wild.
And showing the obsession that performers can go through trying to reach heights in the same thing. Yeah.
But it's such
very cool.
It's such, and also I'll say this: in the evolution, you guys are always like whip smart. You know, there was this perception for the longest time. You know, these things. But to conduct these things and to do this at the level you do it, you know, is very intense. And talking about getting your thing. What is your gimmick? What is your, you know, because you've got to have that immediate high concept thing that the audience can go, okay, he's this guy, he's the heel, he's the you know, he's the bad guy or the good guy, or we don't know.
Bad guy, guys.
So let me ask you, given your druthers, what appeals to you more? The heel or the hero, or
being a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah.
I like both. I'm rare. Like that. I actually, most people would say that like, I like being a heel because that's easier. It's easier to get people pissed off at you instead of you know, people to cheer for you authentically.
But I always
enjoy
love
both.
I always love the transition out of the bad guy who's suddenly like, wait a second, he might be good, because the audience tends to like. We understand this guy now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They know.
Many of them,
follow.
we're bad and then become good.
I think historically, too, those are the most successful kind of characters that take off. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin's a perfect example, where he came in when he started doing the Stone Cold character, like he was just badass, no nonsense, but he was beating up people that people really cared about, and you know, that was not enjoyed for a lot of fans. And then they started realizing he doesn't take crap from anybody. Yeah. And then it was a natural, organic turn. And then he became the biggest star in wrestling at the time.
Hey, do you as a wrestler get a say in your storyline? Can you suggest things at least?
So the most surprising thing that I've learned about working with WWE is how collaborative everything is.
Really? Okay. That's awesome.
Fans are usually surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
And I know like a lot of wrestlers who are trying to make it there are very surprised to hear that a lot of the time.
Okay.
Drew, you get to perform in front of fans again soon in person. It's been a year and a half.
Yeah,
right?
man.
And
we got
so
fans coming back.
And when and where is that going to happen?
So I believe it's the second week in July. We're doing a tour in Dallas. It's going to be SmackDown in Houston, and I believe Money in the Bank is that weekend in Fort Worth, and then Raw, which is the show that I'm currently a part of, will be in Dallas. And then from there, we just kind of go.
That's cool.
You know what was the proof that what you guys do is effective is that bereft of an audience when you were conducting it, it sort of looked like a wild stage play, like Arthur Miller meets wrestling, and yet the fan base stayed, for the most part, locked in.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, so if you didn't have the ability to riff and to, you know, it was just such a weird thing. The audio from a lot of those matches is some of the funniest stuff because you always hear the crowd and the murmur and the whole thing and all that punctuating. And suddenly it became, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? And it's this weird thing, but you guys were able to do it. You know,
that was an amazing experience. Not in a good way, but just not in the best way. It was just unique and amazing to be a part of that. Like Vince McMahon is very dedicated, extremely dedicated, and like there was no way he was going to stop the show. He had to keep the show going. We did. We did it.
Do you think anything's going to stay? Is there anything that you guys gleaned from that will stay with the post-COVID world of wrestling?
I think technologically we advanced a lot of things. Building the Thunderdome, which is what they called the live stage that they built. Testing things with like augmented reality for people's entrances and just that kind of stuff. All got laser focused on because we were in a sterile environment at first. So you'll see a lot of that carry on to the live events in new ways that you probably haven't seen yet, for sure.
I'm going through your Instagram, which is just it's definitely a fun scroll here.
Yeah,
but
thanks, man.
There's a picture of you and the Nature Boy. I mean, that is, for a fan, like you're a fan before you were an employee, right? Like, so, and it just says always an honor. So when I read that, I go, oh, so you've met and hung out with Ric Flair more than one time. Like, that's got to be so cool.
It's awesome. He comes by all the time, even if he's not, featured on the show. His daughter, extremely successful wrestler, Charlotte Flair.
Rain and snow mix possible today. I think it's going to be raining a little bit more on the heavy side tonight, and then tomorrow partly cloudy, windy. High 47, some sun on Friday. That's pretty good. But of course, when the sun comes back, temperature goes down. So usually the way it works.
Weather seems to be right now going to cooperate for the game, right?
Yes. As of now, it's looking like cloudy skies and 50 degrees.
Not bad.
That's not too bad at all. We were looking for caller number 10 at 215-263 WMMR for the secret text word. It is Matt, who we're going to go to. Good morning, Matt.
Oh, look who it is.
I love it.
Yes. Was phenomenal.
Well done sound effects, the whole thing.
I don't think we've ever had a caller use sound effects before.
Yeah, I had a lot of time on that break.
That's wonderful.
Would you like some ambrosia?
Absolutely.
All right, Matt, what's secret text word, buddy?
That word would be comforter.
Comforter is correct, yes. Hang on just a second, Matt. We are going to set you up, my man. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to join Sarah Silverman for the Grow Some Lips Tour, which is coming to Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City on February 4th. Tickets and information at ac.com. It's a cake burp. And our random texter that we got was Cindy Marin, who is from Booth Wynn. And she's going to get the exact same thing. So congratulations to you, Cindy. We're going to set you up. All right, time for music news. What the hell?
No, we didn't. This was
lesson question.
That wasn't. Yeah, we got to do lesson. It's your birthday.
You're high on carrot cake,
Go,
man.
Preston. It's your birthday. All right, I didn't even look at these. So I apologize. I have to glance at these while I go through.
Glance. That's a good word.
Yeah, Jackie would like that. Let's see. How about this one? Which city in New Jersey is the Paris of the United States? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer there. Which city in New Jersey is the Paris of the United States? Call if you know the answer. While you're calling, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's get into some stories before we get to your calls. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, this is surprising. Despite a top-level talent and writing team, Mindy Kaling's animated series Velma is officially one of the 10 lowest-rated TV shows ever to appear on IMDb. In fact, right now, the only show lower on the list is Mitch McConnell's Drag Race.
Hey!
Emily Ratajkowski delivered the commencement speech to Hunter College's graduates last Thursday. The 31-year-old model told graduates that her secret to success is ABSYN.
What?
Always be showing your nipples.
Oh my God.
And finally, Russell Crowe confirmed that he won't be reprising his role as Maximus Decimus Meridius in the Ridley Scott sequel to The Gladiator. However, Crowe revealed that he will be returning as a new character, Humongous Enormous Obesius. That's your holiday.
All right, we need a winner, and we will need to find out what city in New Jersey is the Paris of the United States, and it is John who gets to take a crack at it. Hey, John, morning.
What's up? What's up, whores?
All right, whore. Liar, whore.
Liar, whore, and you know it.
All right, John, what city in New Jersey is the Paris of the United States?
That would be Newark.
Newark. Hang on, John. John just got himself a 4-pack of tickets. I forgot to mention the prize for the Philadelphia Golf and Travel Show. It's February 3rd through the 5th at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. And there are huge savings on golf equipment and accessories there. Go to myphillygolfshow.com for tickets and information. We'll do music news now.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Can I talk to you for a minute?
All right, I have a few items passed along to you. Marilyn Manson and actress Esme Bianco have settled a 2021 sexual assault lawsuit in which Bianco alleged Manson, whose real name is Brian Warner, raped and sexually battered her. Attorneys for both parties confirmed that the case was settled, but the details of the agreement were not revealed. Jay Elwanger, who represents the Game of Thrones actress, said Ms. Bianco has agreed to resolve her claims against Brian Warner and Marilyn Manson Records Incorporated in order to move on with her life and career. According to Spin, Manson's attorney Howard King sent a similarly worded statement who said Bianco's lawsuit claimed, or I'm sorry, initially Bianco's lawsuit claimed that the singer allegedly tied her down, whipped her, electrocuted her, and cut her with a knife over the course of several instances that took place between 2009 and 2011.
So, quick question here. Was this a civil case? And can you have a civil rape case? That's a criminal.
Very good question. Yeah.
Right?
Steve,
I mean,
I don't know. I always thought
Could you settle?
that was
That's a crime.
criminal.
Yeah.
And yeah, very good question. So if there's a settlement, then that's got to be a civil case.
Steve, what immediately comes to mind is OJ, and that was a wrongful death,
right?
And that was he was convicted, he was guilty,
Murder and civil case, yeah, so, right.
So that, but that
He was found guilty for the civil,
right? And I think, but what he was found guilty of was wrongful death. He was never found guilty of murder.
Interesting,
because that was the criminal charge. So I think I think the civil charges have to be a different charge than the criminal charge.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it. I'd have to see what the official charges are, but that's a good question, Steve. Speaking of charges, Kansas City prosecutors have dismissed assault charges filed against Danny Carey of Tool. The court did not give a reason for the dismissal, saying that the case is a closed, confidential matter as of January 23rd.
They were in a forgiving mood because they just had some delicious carrot cake.
The Tool drummer was arrested in December 2021 at the Kansas City International Airport for physically and verbally abusing another man in a terminal following a college basketball game. So he has been cleared of those
So this
charges.
conflict at the airport remains up in the air.
There it is. Dave Matthews Band will kick off its U.S. World Tour in Texas on May 19th, and they're going to be here in town, which is wonderful. It's going to be July 21st and 22nd at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion.
What
Friday
days
and
of the week?
Saturday.
Okay.
I knew you were going to ask.
Well, no, also because your birthday's on the 20th.
Yep,
so
which is
you
a
can
Thursday. So, but
celebrate
yeah,
your birthday.
Yeah, Friday and Saturday in July. It'll be nice.
He usually does weekend 2 shows here in Philly, right?
Well, yeah. So last year was the first year that they came through in a number of years because of the pandemic and a couple other things. But it has been that a lot, Preston. But like a few years before, like 2019, 2018, it was like a Monday and a Tuesday, or so to have it on a weekend will be great.
So has the audience experience at Dave Matthews the last time? So it was at the Gorge, right? Were you?
Yeah. So I went. I saw him in Camden with Brent Porsche last summer, which was a blast, and then saw him out in the Gorge.
Is it
Labor Day
less
weekend.
vomity? Less drinky, less junky?
Yeah, people have grown up.
Okay.
You know, I mean, there are still people that go to Buffett shows just to party. There are people who go to Dave Matthews shows just to party, Kenny Chesney, like all of those. There is the party crowd. But I think like the hardcore, if you want to call them hardcore fans, just go and have fun.
I think I want to try me some Dave Matthews concert.
Well, Steve,
it'd be my first time.
On a Friday night, just like it's a really good time and a good vibe.
All right.
By the way, an online ticket pre-sale for members of the DMB Warehouse Fan Association is underway now at Warehouse, at the Warehouse, which I believe is on his website. Tickets go on sale to the general public on February 17th at 10 a.m. We actually have a clip of a song. Did you want to mention something first?
Well, no, I wanted to ask about that. Did they release new music, or are they releasing new music?
They did, and it's not entirely new, but it's new on an album. So this is a song that they've been playing live for a little while, and now it's on the new record that's going to come out in May.
Here's a little bit of this. It's called Madman's Eyes.
I might actually go to that Saturday night show because the Bend to the Shore bike tour is the following Sunday, the next day. Okay. So I will be in the area.
All right.
And I haven't seen Dave in a while, and I think because like I'm not as well versed in, they put out so much new music, and I'm not like I don't even know how many albums they've put out, but this is a type of concert where I feel like I could just sit back and chill, and I wouldn't have to like dance and rage, you know, like a fish.
You don't want to rage before the
Nah.
Bend to the Shore.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Not like a Fish show?
Yeah, because Fish concerts, I know 95% of the songs, and I like to dance and get down and
get your groove on.
Yeah,
with your bad self.
With my bad self.
Okay.
And
You
and
like the nightlife.
I do. I like
the
to
boogie?
I
On the
like to
disco?
boogie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please don't talk about love tonight.
Tickets go on sale February 17th, 10 a.m., by the way, if you want to get those. So there you go, Case.
All right.
Get your tickets. Another show or another tour has been announced, but I didn't see any Philly dates. But I want to mention them because they're friends with us. Coheed and Cambria announced their 2023 Never Ender No World for a Waking Mind tour.
Those guys are great.
Kicks off April 28th. They're going to be in Pittsburgh on April 30th. They'll be in New York on May 3rd, and they'll be in Boston on May 4th. But I see no Philly or Camden date, none of that.
Why do I believe? I don't know what the schedule looks like. Maybe there's a hole in the touring schedule that might be perfect for a Philly stop.
Not many holes in this schedule. I'm looking at it. They go from the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, 9th, 10th, and that's all in our area. So you never know. And I know they like this area, so we'll see.
And if they're in the area, we'd love to have them in because they have been wonderful.
Yep. Motley Crue officially started rehearsals for their pair of warm-up U.S. dates with Def Leppard before embarking on a massive joint in South America and Europe. The shows feature the debut of guitarist John Five, stepping in as Mick Mars' permanent live replacement after retiring from the road due to a type of debilitating arthritis.
Was he a guitar tech? 'Cause you said sometimes they usually pull on their guitar tech.
No,
right?
I think John Five is like I know that name.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to say he's been in other bands, and unfortunately my knowledge is limited of John
I think he was in
Five.
Short Circuit.
He was, yeah.
So anyhow,
got hit by lightning and then became a member of Motley Crue.
Nikki Sixx was clearly pumped. What? No disassemble?
No disassemble, yeah. Was the first record.
Nikki Sixx was clearly pumped, posting on Instagram 42 years, and I still get excited about the first day of band rehearsal. Here we go. John Five was one of the commenters, adding, "I'm more excited and can't wait, buddy." Set for release just 5 days before his 81st birthday is Paul McCartney's first photo book.
Wow.
Titled Eyes of the Storm. The book, culled from photos discovered from his Beatles days. will be published on June 13th. Features 275 photos and shots of just as Beatlemania began to take the world by storm, as seen through the lens of Paul's 35mm camera. So he took these photos.
That's wild.
The photos were taken in 6 cities: New York, Washington,
and Newark,
London, Liverpool, Miami, and Paris, which is the Newark of France.
In Hard Day's Night, the movie, Ringo's the one walking around with the camera, right?
Yes, I believe so.
That's right. He had a camera in that movie. Good call, Steve.
So the book will have an introduction by Paul. And then finally, new bronze statues of Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are set to be erected this April in their hometown of Dartford, England. Both Stones co-founders attended Wentworth Primary School in Dartford, with Jagger going on to study at Dartford Grammar. The pair reconnected in 1961 on a platform at Dartford train station. So
People of Dartford, I hate you all.
a lot of history in this town.
Okay, these are normal size. They're not out. They're not like, 900-foot Jesus.
Right. Dartford Borough Council Leader Jeremy Kite explained, "We want to demonstrate that people can come from a very small town like Dartford and go out and change the world. The town has a really good relationship with them. I think people are going to love it."
Actually, the only interesting thing that ever happened to Dartford.
Yeah, probably.
Actually, a very boring town full of depressing people.
All right, and that is my last item in music news. That's what we did. All right, so this is it. I know you've been waiting all morning for it. Creekside Cabaret.
Oh, yeah.
Nick McElwain going to be there tonight. It is their big amateur contest. It's a championship, actually, for all of 2022. Nick will be there from 6 to 8, and then Sarah Parker is there from 8 till 10. She's emceeing and kicking off the All-Star Amateur Contest. So let's take caller number 15 at 215-263-WMMR.
The strippers.
And we are going to set you up, and you can go to creeksidecabaret.com for more information. The MM Army is going to be there giving away concert tickets and stuff like that, so make sure you stop by if you don't even win the tickets. But we'll take that caller now, number 15. We'll be back in a moment, wrapping up the show when we return.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I got an email from a guy. I wasn't going to say anything I didn't know you had a connection with Ric Flair. I got an email from a guy who was desperately trying to get Ric Flair to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh, okay.
And he wanted me to ask you about it. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
He's got a wedding reception website.
No way.
I wouldn't doubt it.
He's also a moil.
Yeah, need a bris done.
But honestly,
Ric Flair was my moil.
How much is that guy willing to pay, and how much is what's the number for Ric Flair to do that?
Right there.
Probably.
I got to imagine a couple 100,000.
I've mentioned this before, but I grew up just as a kid detesting, hating. I thought he was the most vile human being, Ric Flair. I hated him. He was so mean to everybody. He was such a show-off. And it wasn't until I was a full-grown adult, well into my 40s, that I was on YouTube, and I pulled up a video of, Ric Flair's greatest rants. And I didn't know how much entertainment that guy had given me as a kid.
Yeah.
And I just fell in love with him.
Yeah.
Because I literally, I was scared of the guy when I was a kid.
That's how I felt about Sergeant Slaughter. I was legit. Wow. I was oh my, because I saw him whipping some guy, and I was like, dude, he's beating that guy with a whip. That's right. What if he comes to my house?
It's so great though that becomes. That's the stuff you carry with you through your life.
He stole Harley Race's cowboy hat and crumpled it up, and I'm like, you don't do that, And I was just, but I didn't realize it until later that it was actually a really, those memories are so fun to think about. And it was something special, man. And you're creating those memories for some people.
Yeah, it's surreal. That's it's really cool.
All right.
Don't take it for granted.
So Ric Flair is undoubtedly a legend, and everything the credit is credit due, right? But I was texting with a friend yesterday, and I am so exhausted by the Ric Flair woo at Phillies games and Flyers games. It personally drives me nuts. Have you heard it, and do you have an opinion on that? Have you ever heard fans? They do the They do the woo.
So of course, yeah, I will be in a crowd randomly outside, and people will say woo.
Right.
And it's like, just knowing where it comes from, it's really cool. I take pride in being a part of that community. The yes chants, have you heard those?
Yes,
Yeah. Daniel Bryan, exactly. Someone who I was very close. I'm very close with. So like that kind of stuff is awesome.
But it turned to no for a while too, or something, right? That confused me. Or he was saying no, or.
Well, you're a good guy. Yeah.
He's how it works, man.
He's been by here a bunch of times. I like him a lot.
He's great.
I never get tired of the woos. I'm okay with them all the time. My neighbor across the street from me, whenever he comes outside, if we're outside, he goes, woo!
Seriously?
And he's older, too.
Well, what reaction do you give him when you go?
I give him a woo back.
So he's going to do it every time.
And then I do it to him. So now when I see him, I go, woo! And
That's
he
your
goes,
thing.
woo.
He thinks you're best friends.
It's like Screaming Slayer, right?
That's right. Here is a storyline I'd love to see for you guys.
Okay. By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Drew Gulak. I just want to reset from WWE.
Thanks.
Here. Yep.
And I think this opens up a new, perhaps a new audience. What about the Paul brothers? Maybe we call those guys out because they love the boxing and the MMA and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And let's see him get in the ring with you,
Jake Paul and Logan Paul.
Yeah,
we had Logan Paul at WrestleMania this year.
He actually, and the reaction was pretty good. From what and you can, dismiss this as BS if it's not the case, but they talked to some of the wrestlers and they said they gave him props.
Yeah, I'd like to see a tag team match.
I mean, I think there's potential in your storyline idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I will say that celebrities coming in, it's always like it's a good way to cross over and bring new audiences. We had Bad Bunny this year.
Oh my God,
he's like one of the biggest artists.
Well, what about Dua Lipa? I think maybe if you bring her in.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can, you want to make it happen. We can.
Oh, he's got a lot of ideas.
Some phone numbers.
Like a plot line that mimics Steel Magnolias would be really good.
Right.
Exactly. That was not my idea.
No.
Terrible.
Now, I also read your younger brother had wrestled as well.
Yeah. So we did it together. We trained together.
He didn't make the cut though, or did he not want to try for
no
the big show?
He was, I guess he didn't really get to the WWE level, but on the independent career, a very successful independent wrestling career.
What do you think, like the big leagues in any major sports? So to become the amount of people that play football and the amount of people that make it to the NFL is minuscule. It's microscopic. What about wrestling? Because there are so many independent wrestling groups out there.
So I would say, from training, from people who start training, I'd say it's about 1 in 10 who continue on just to wrestle in general. And then on the independents, now there's more jobs than ever in wrestling with, AEW starting up on TNT, WWE just expanding.
Yeah.
And then some other promotions, being able to actually, offer decent wages for people now. So it's better now than it's ever been, but I'd still say it's about 1 in maybe 100 to try to go on to really maybe even 1,000 depending on how many people there are. It's a pretty small amount.
Do you remember your first match in the big league?
Oh, in WWE. Yeah. I was a part of the Cruiserweight Classic when that came in. It's all timing. Like if anyone's listening out there as an independent wrestler, it's all timing. Just keep working.
Yeah.
So for me, I had a tryout with them in 2015. I did not get hired from the tryout. They could only take one person from my group out of 72 people.
Wow.
There was maybe 5 or 6 wrestlers who were experienced there. The rest were all pro athletes. They could only hire one of us. So the rest of us were all told, maybe something in the future, guys. You did great, thanks. So I was just like, okay, just be patient. And then a year later, they started this thing called the Cruiserweight Classic, which they wanted to honor the athleticism and the history of smaller wrestlers, being more competitive. And they created this tournament, and they needed, as William Regal told me, they needed groundsmen, and I was a prominent groundsman.
Right.
So they brought me in for that. I did pretty well, made it to the second round, had a good showing. Then they took that show and they took our division and made it a featured attraction on Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
So before I was ever offered a WWE contract, I was wrestling on Monday Night Raw and their local, their pay-per-views, their monthly pay-per-views. And so I would go from my independent wrestling show
to Raw
to the pay-per-view show,
Wow.
and then drive to Raw the overnight and do the cruiserweight division. And then later on in the year, I was able to earn a full-time contract. They started up 205 Live, which is still going on today. And that was their first like experimental streaming show that they created based on the cruiserweight division. So like I got in at a very cool like where technology meets wrestling, and everything grows. It's very historic. Very lucky.
Let me ask you. So we know Vince McMahon is the muckety muck, but I mean, there's now so many tendrils to this world. Is there a second person who's like, you know, the who he can delegate to, who's the overseer of all this? Because it seems like it's just too damn much for Vince to be, you know, checking everything all the time.
So that's the one thing that I don't think you could ever say to him is that something's too much for him.
Right.
Yeah, so he's very much like still at all the shows and running the shows and sitting backstage and doing that. And then NXT, which was originally developmental brand and has now become the third brand for WWE. They have a show on USA. That's run by Triple H.
Okay.
And he's kind of doing what Vince did there with that show.
All right, so how many nights of programming is there a week with WWE? And all the
across
everything.
everything. I would say 6 or 7 right now, like per week.
And they're in all like.
Let's list them. So we got Raw, that's on USA Network. We got NXT, which is on USA Network. We got SmackDown, which is on Fox. Then secondary shows, we have NXT UK, which is in the UK, and that's now on Peacock. 205 Live, which is on Peacock, and then we have W's Main Event, which is like a pseudo recap show, and then some exclusive matches. I'm featured on there quite a bit.
Right.
That'll be on Hulu.
And then
I think that's
pay-per-views once a month.
And then pay-per-views once a month. Yeah.
That's it.
We've crammed a whole lot in today's program.
We needed lube.
Man, you're right.
Yeah.
We had to shoehorn all that stuff in there, and sometimes there's, you know, a little tissue tearing can happen.
Does happen.
A little lube helps. So we gave away a bunch of opportunities to get tickets to the NFC Championship game on Sunday. Your Philadelphia Eagles in South Philly against the Niners. It is a block pool contest that we're doing. We're going to give these away on Friday with a game of Madden that's going to take place in our studio. Brent Selleck has agreed to come in and play, working on another competitor. We're hoping for another former Eagle.
Yeah, another formidable opponent. But, it's going to go down.
And so we'll do more giveaways tomorrow, but Pierre will have some, Jackie will have some, Brent will have some, and you can also text Duncan, the word Duncan, D-U-N-K-I-N, to 39333, and you will get a link to the online entry, and make sure you look at the link because that picture that comes up is Jason Fayon and his buddy dressed as, what are they? The
Zubaz brothers.
Zubaz brothers. So we're happy to give away 100 of these opportunities. Everybody who wins one of these blocks, you get a $5 Dunkin' card.
Come on.
Yeah.
And then we're going to give away quarter winners for first, second, and third, $100 Dunkin' gift cards, and then obviously the big prize are tickets to the game on Sunday.
Excellent.
So it's a great idea, Casey. This is Casey's idea.
Wow.
I love it.
Let's just, if it works.
It'll work.
If it doesn't work, then it was a terrible idea. And
No, it'll be wonderful.
blame Kathy.
Pierre is here.
What am I giving away?
You were giving away. So we're doing a block pool. Are you familiar with what that is? So when you have a block pool, it's for a game.
Got the over under?
No.
So literally on a board, there will be a grid of 100 blocks, and across the top are 10 numbers with each row of blocks, and then on the side are 10 numbers.
Okay.
And then at the end of the game, you take the last digits of each score for each team. So let's say it's 10 to 17. You would take the 0 from the 10 and the 7 from the 17, and you would line them up like we're looking at this right here on this on the monitor. And then you cross-reference those, and whatever block they land in, somebody wins.
Tic-tac-toe.
Something like that, like tic-tac-toe with Wink Martindale.
Or it's like Battleship, okay? When you go, okay, we're going to go A7.
Never played Battleship.
Me neither.
You never played Battleship?
I'm kidding.
love
I don't know why- I don't know
Battleship.
why I said that. That was a lie. I lied.
What the hell?
okay.
I played.
Come on,
He's
man.
lying.
Jason and his buddy, I forget his buddy's
Glenn.
name. Glenn?
Yeah.
Were on Fox, as you mentioned, and he's been doing that since he worked for me, dressing up with those insanely ridiculous pants and that whole outfit, and they do this whole shtick. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I loved that you had him on. I thought it was very cool.
Yeah, it was nice to chat with him. So you're giving away those. You're giving away blocks blocks. Yeah,
I'm giving away air.
Yeah. Well, chances to win.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how? Okay.
All you have to do is
explain it.
Dude, you just take callers.
And Pancake will take care of the rest.
Yeah,
He knows
and
what's up.
Pancake will have to get on the air and explain it for the listeners to
We're
understand.
giving away blocks of things with numbers in them that could get you some tickets.
And you win $5 Dunkin' cards.
And you win $5 Dunkin' cards.
Simply by being in the block, but you might win the big tickets.
Stay with me.
Yep, everybody. All right.
Just stay with you how it goes.
All right.
It's a biggie.
It's a biggie.
Shall we do the letter of the day?
Yes.
All right, that's a biggie.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
N as in neurotic.
All right, neurotic N. All right, and we're giving away the $400 Nebraska gift card on Friday, and it's Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse in Horsham. Don't miss the Sweethearts Weekend at Nebraska. February 10th through the 14th, featuring 15 different cuts of meat and fish, gourmet salad bar, and award-winning wine list with complimentary champagne and chocolate-covered strawberries for only $62.95. You can book a reservation now at Nebraska.com. So that's Friday when we'll give that away. What's coming up on your show today, man?
Well, we've got a pair of tickets for Blues Traveler coming up May 20th. At the concert venue at Harrah's, which will be cool. We've got the Måneskin turntable to give away for all the people who won the autographed vinyl. We got a Wise $50 gift card. We have Workforce Blocks of the Kinks and Pearl Jam and Doobie Brothers. So an action-packed program and blocks of numbers of things which will get you something sooner or later if you're lucky. And coffee.
And coffee, too. Yes, or donuts.
Or toast.
You can do donuts.
Damn.
Damn, man.
Damn, there's donuts.
All right, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you by Dunkin'.
Yay!
Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, Fresh Foods, Local Flavors, and the Creekside Cabaret. The 2022 Amateur of the Year title on the line tonight, creeksidecabaret.com. Nick will be there, and so will Sarah. Join them. Tomorrow on a program, a Thursday, we'll chat with guitarist Vernon Reed of Living Color. And we'll get into some other things. Obviously, we'll give away more of those chances to win the tickets to see the Eagles on Sunday. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. We'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.